Good. Starting a few minutes late, but not terribly. Good. Now we have audio. Got to turn it off so we don't have echoing. Yes. Right. Good. Let's load. I don't like these continuous. I want to make sure what it thinks is the last thing. Knowing what it's going to load in it. Okay. Well, we can invite to faction. We'll read this time it's saying. We'll see if that'll work now. Wait. And hello, Robin. You're sorry. You don't know why you need to be sorry. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yes. The hack. Don't worry about it. It happens. Just be careful about where you go on the internet and what you do. I think I know what you're talking about. I saw the aftermath of it. Basically, if you want to set up a new account on Discord or whatever, you can come back in the Discord server. It just that account that you had is blocked because of being hacked. So yeah, if I'm getting everything right, I hope I am. So yeah, not your fault. You didn't cause it to happen. Right. Okay, we now have a fairly decent garrison up there. Let's put all of these under him.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Okay, we're going to want to march fast into Danzig to occupy it.
Befehle. Zuhören. Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken. Zuhören.
Okay, well, even before we get started. Mode. They don't look for these things. Well, you know, I guess victory points are just any of these towns. I get that the AI is trying to defend victory points. My God. Maybe it's just really hard, but I just was going to say, how hard is it to program an AI to do something like determine threat levels, which they have in this game, and then determine two things. One, how can we securely defend a border, or no, how can we that's what they're doing. How we can securely defend a country, and then what would be the best option to do so. Hey, Arno's here now. Very good, my friend. My friend Arno is here. So and then the next thing is couldn't you try to get units that would maybe be best suited for certain types of terrain and whatnot? Maybe, just maybe, though I don't believe it, especially with here. Why defend this province? Yes, boo. Hello, Arno, my friend. Why not defend Poznan? Now, am I just shouting at the moon here, people? Well, there's not many people watching yet on this guy, and I'm not even making... I'm going to start making the episode now. I'm just, fellow armchair generals, this is Gamer 1745. Here with my continuing look at Hearts of Iron 4's No Step Back DLC, and yes, they have made a Polish new tree and whatnot, and made Poland great now, yay. But my fucking god. Yeah, I'm just collecting myself here. Ready to start out with a gamer's rant here? Okay, what really sort of triggered it when I was getting set up here is 2 infantry divisions of, well, 1 to 7 artillery units, and 1 to 4, so it's probably more down at the 1 or 2 or whatever, support artillery, and 1 to 26 infantry brigades. And, okay, you know, I don't, how good my intel is here, I don't know, but when I see empty province, empty province, empty province, again, way back during pre-release days when everyone had their high hopes up for Hearts of Iron 4, thinking it was going to be Hearts of Iron 2, Hearts of Iron 3, but just a whole hell of a lot better. And they were like, well, we want this really good dynamic AI. We want a really dynamic AI because we, you know, me and others, I don't want to make it out like, oh, it's just me and I'm somehow special. No, others, and probably others with bigger footprints here, than myself. Can you do a better AI than Hearts of Iron 4? And maybe we should do programmed AI. And their response to that was, well, you know, once the player figures out the programmed AI's defense plans or attack plans, then people will just figure out how to defeat it. So what we need is, you know, a smart dynamic AI. Now, one of my responses way back at the time, what in the history of Paradox demonstrates that they can do that? A smart dynamic AI that's going to do this. They can have an AI that will create a big death stack of units, or 2 or 3 death stacks, and move around the map and conquer, you know, provinces. They can do that, and do that fairly well. At least last time I played like EU or something. My understanding with Vicky 3 or whatever that's coming out, and I haven't been following it closely, that you may not even get the chance to command troops in war. Now, maybe misunderstanding, and this I've been informed by people. It's more like you appoint generals and you appoint ministers, and maybe you give objectives, but it's the AI handling it. And of course, you know what they're going to say. Hello, Eric, my friend. Good to have you here. they're going to say something like, well, that's sort of the top-down view. We're making a game for the head of state level. The head of state doesn't tell divisions or brigades or whatever where to go. They just sort of like say, conquer Poland or something. When I'm firmly convinced that if you do not have the ability to micromanage your troops in Vicky 3, it will be because their AI sucks and the human can just defeat it too easily. I will be firmly convinced that if that's the case, that's what's going on. I may be wrong. Hell, I'm wrong about things. I'm not going to say I'm always right or anything like that. But, yeah. Because you can't convince me that, okay, we've got lots of cavalry divisions, or brigades, or however you want to call these units, divisions or brigades or something. But, and yes, Poland did make some bad choices in the defense of Poland with Germany. Talking about Vicky 3, yeah, and what I hear about a little bit about, quick question, do you have a favorite German general? Hello, Ethan Kirby. Well, I like Frederick the Great. I think he's pretty cool. You're talking World War II. I guess, in a way, I always sort of mess his name up, and he's your favorite general, and you're messing his name up. But you'll see in a minute. I have his book over here. Let me get his book off the shelf. The book is titled "Neither Hope Nor Fear." I'm not saying he's the best general. The best general, I think, is Guderian, if that's your question. Sort of a quickie thing here. Let me get over here. I got it. I basically know his name, but it's this is it. Fredo von Singer und Etterland. I always get whether it's Singer or von Singer und Etterland. He did he's sort of a cool general. That's why he's sort of my favorite. And he did a really cool withdrawal. He was commanding in Sardinia and Corsica here. And with the Americans and the British dominating the air and the sea and conquering, they'd taken Palermo and, all of Sicily, and I forget just at what stage the landings were in Italy. He withdraws all the way out of out through Sardinia, up through Corsica, and from Corsica over to Italy. Oh, I'm also and gets all of the troops and all of his equipment out without any loss. Withdrawal in the face of the enemy is one of the hardest tasks to do in warfare, and he did it without any loss. My top three generals, German generals of World War II, are Guderian, Manstein, and Rommel in that sort of order. They're all really close. They're all really good. Yeah. But yeah, talking a little bit about hello, Ethan Kirby and Stein Killa. How you doing? Yeah, I hear that Victoria 3, you won't be micromanaging armies or something. I'm not sure. I'm just sort of hearing that. I'm not paying close attention to that. But I'm talking right now something in a bit of a rant. Oh, and for those of you watching, because I'm making these during live episodes, live streams, and though I'm cutting them into smaller ones, well, I do get off topic, so it's not like when I'm just recording, just record. So it is, and I very much like to. And we do see looks like a bot there, Arno. Short looks like a bot is my guess, but I'm not sure. On YouTube. So you can't convince me that a human thought out Poland. Sorry, get back to where I was. Poland made some bad decisions to defend Poland against Germany. Most of Poland's industry is in sort of the former German-controlled areas, and even though this was Russian-controlled at the time, Western Poland, not in Eastern Poland. So they made the strategic decision to do a forward defense. Even if, let's just say, the Soviets were going to be perfectly peaceful and not take any territory, and they did have troops along the Soviet frontier. They definitely did. The Poles did, and the Germans and the Soviets did invade, so they should have, of course, had troops there. But even if they didn't have to worry about the Soviet Union and could deploy all your forces here, and the Polish army is fairly big, but not, I don't think terribly well trained. I'm not saying there's not good units. There were some good units, and I can't name them right now, but there were some well-trained good units. But a lot of the army, I just can't imagine to be well-trained, because it's partially a conscript army, and budgets were limited, and so how much you could train, so it's not the greatest army, but it isn't going to be able to sustain itself against a determined German attack by, late 1939. In 1932, absolutely. Probably couldn't defeat Germany and take Germany out just because there was all, in 1932, there were various Freikorps, there were various, there was like the SA, which was seen by the German army as a sort of a reserve type aspect, as well as others. There was multiple veterans organizations that either had arms or Ernst Röhm was one of the, for a time at least, I don't know so much at the end, but early on he was one of the army officers or former army officers that the Reichswehr used as liaison to the various right-wing like militia type groups, including the SA, which he ended up being in command of course, but as well as other ones, some of the veteran organizations, to hide away large caches of arms, to then be able to, temporarily hand them out to the various right-wing militia groups, and then get them back, but for training purposes, but keep them sort of hidden away from the Versailles inspectors, to be able to hand out large amounts, at least small arms, to various elements. So even though the German army in 1932 would have been like 100,000 men strong, while the SA is 3 million men or something plus. We're talking various things here about Poland. So millions of men, the German militia could stop Poland from, just crushing Germany. But in 32, Poland could probably defend itself from a German attack. Not effectively too much in 39. So a long-term sustained war, Poland is not going to win. Okay, that's just a historical reality, shall we say. Not an opinion, in my opinion. It's not going to win. So defending your industrial areas isn't overly useful because you're not going to have time to produce a lot of things for the war effort. You're going to be fighting mostly with the ammunition reserves you have on hand, and definitely fighting with the guns, whether they be artillery pieces or pistols, that you have ready now. You're not going to be fighting with stuff you're making 6 months, a year into the war. So even though these are Polish population centers, which of course you want to defend your people, I get that. But if you don't have a nation, you can't defend your people. Even if you give up 2/3 of your people, if you can still defend your nation, whatever that might be, you have the chance of defending the other 2/3 that get occupied by the enemy. But if you just lose, it doesn't matter. You're trying to forward defend. So don't know how good it would have been to sort of base a defense on loads here, or whether it would be more back along Warsaw, but they should have sort of, fortified up into this kind of region and held out for as long as you can, purely in hopes that, earlier on, hopes that Czechoslovakia and France and other anti-German forces in Romania would come to your aid and, have multi-front war with Germany and you might win. Or once, Czechoslovakia is gone, Romania is scared, but France and Britain do come in hopes that they, can push in and, make it a two-front war effectively, and hope that you can hold out in that time. And your goal is purely to keep it a two-front war as long as possible, meaning you stay alive as long as possible, in the hopes that, okay, Ethan. Poland manufactured its own tanks. They had the 7TP, which stands for 7-ton tank, basically. It had a 37 millimeter gun, similar but didn't shoot the same ammunition as the German 37 millimeter gun. It was a 4-man tank, I believe, where the German better ones were 5-man tanks, 3-man turrets versus 2-man turrets. Now, they had a lot of the little TKS tankettes, but they had tanks that weren't as good as Germany's, but they had tanks that they were actually making themselves. They were making their own aircraft. Not as good as the Germans, not as updated as the Germans, but they were making their own aircraft. They made what in America we call the Radom pistol, named after this town where they were made. It looks sort of like a 1911, but it's a 9mm pistol. It's a decent enough pistol, pretty good pistol. They made that. It was comparable to most other military pistols in the world, sometimes favorably, and meaning better. They made their own Mauser rifles, basically the same type of Mauser rifles that the Germans used against them. They manufactured a version of the Browning machine gun, M1917. It's the water-cooled machine gun that the Americans used up until on frontline service in the 1917, up and through to the end of the Korean War. Definitely very heavily in World War II. They used a Polish-made version of the BAR, the Browning automatic rifle. Again, America's using them as frontline weapons until America converts over to a .308 calibered M14. So well through the Korean War and on. And we're still, giving them out to Vietnamese units during the Vietnam War, the BARs, though they had long stopped. The Navy was probably still using them in Vietnam. Navy stuck around with 30-06 for years. So, because they were still using them on Garand, so they might have had those. I don't know. So they had the BARs. Their artillery, maybe not so good, but there was a lot of decent stuff with Poland. But the idea is, shall we say something, and I'm just pulling those numbers out of my ass. For every aircraft the Poles could make, Germany's going to make 5. For every tank Poland's going to make, Germany's going to make 5. For heavy artillery, Germany's going to make more. It's just going to be more. So Poland was doing okay. It wasn't as outdated as people like to think. But it was more of they couldn't afford, and which means they couldn't build up enough industry to build a strong, large modern military army with lots of tanks, lots of planes, lots of trucks to move lots of artillery. That's just beyond them. But they can do good in a certain amount. Thank you, Arno, for talking about the tankettes. Think if Germans used backhand blow tactic like in the second and third battles of Kharkov instead of the Festung of Hitler, they could have turned the tide, but why just keep defending? Yeah, oh, you're talking about later in the war with Germany. Yeah, Germany could have done a lot better, particularly on the Eastern Front, with maneuver warfare. Absolutely. Instead of trying... See, Hitler's not wrong on a lot of his positions, and I know we're already off talking about other things, and I'll try to get back on to playing the game. Hitler's not wrong in that there's a lot of strategic resources in this region particularly that he wants to hold on to that are critical, if not, critical for the long-term success of the German armed forces. But if you can't, and so he wanted to doggedly hold on to them. Now, I do think part of his reasons for doggedly wanting to hold on to them, he's using that as a excuse. He just believes his generals don't ideologically believe in the struggle enough to hold out strong enough, and if they just hold out strong enough, they will win. He's wrong, of course. But so long-term, sort of Hitler's right in that you need to hold these things. But obviously, the facts on the ground, not just looking at it from today, looking back, but at the time showed that he couldn't hold the territory doggedly. So you needed to do better maneuver warfare. And yeah, I'm not going to go into details of tactics, but yeah, that could have been, in my mind, the way the German lost is because they declared war on Russia and me. No, so you're just preparing to conquer evil Poland. Well, we're going to get there and eventually here. But yeah, so starting out with this rant is, I want to get it done and then get to playing again, is and one of my thoughts is to give us a GUI interface to draw both defensive and offensive plans and sort of put in triggers for fallback lines and whatever else, and then put that out to the community. And then communities, there could be a bunch of community different defenses. Then you don't necessarily know what defense or offensive plans you were going to face, each time you play through, because they want it for replayability to have it more dynamic. But you can't tell me that leaving gaps in your front line here, that, I mean, they might have a division here, right there. They might have a division here. That would actually be sort of smart. That would be smarter than putting them up here. Now this would be a better place to put them, in the city and here. But, or actually, I don't know. We got to stop them somewhere. But I don't believe they do, just not believing it. So that you can move around, and that has to be better than this wannabe better dynamic AI kind of thing. As Churchill said, vultures were feeding on the carcasses of Czechoslovakia. Absolutely. Yep. This started out the game as part of Czechoslovakia. Poland wanted it historically. They tacitly approved Germany getting the Sudetenland so long as they got this and they took this when Germany took the Sudetenland. And, well, it hasn't happened yet, I guess, but Hungary grabs that shortly after. So, and out here wants to join this state that doesn't exist. The Republic of Ukraine doesn't exist, but they set up a sort of when all of this. Okay, another history lesson here, as opposed to a lesson from history. It was called Czechoslovakia, and then Germany takes the Sudetenland, and then the name changes to Czechoslovakia. Actually changed the name from Czechoslovakia to Czechoslovakia because it's already breaking up at this, and it continues to break up. And these guys want to get some sort of independence. There's a certain amount of Hungarians left over from the old Hungarian Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire in here. Want to go to be part of Hungary. The Polish-speaking people here, I should say, want to be part of Poland. Of course, the Sudeten Germans want to be part of Germany. The Germans that live in this part of Slovakia, well, they don't have a majority anywhere, but they do want to be part of Germany. And Slovakia wants to be independent, and Czechs want to sort of rule it all, but they know they can't. So it's already collapsing at this stage before we've even taken the rest of it. My idea is you push Moscow and then punch the Caucasus. Okay, Ethan, well, you can look at some of the last Saturday stream where I talked about some of the strategy that I would propose for World War II and Soviet Union. I'm not going to go over it again this week because it'll be a repeat for everyone else. Okay, we are going to invite to faction because it says we might be able to. It says they will accept. We give this a try. And they refused. Okay, well, they refused. Well, maybe when we get to, well, here, even first Vienna, that may do it. Maybe I should have waited for that. We'll see. Now, Germany does not have the logistical ability to sustain deep operations into the Soviet Union. That is just a basic reality of the situation. It can sustain operations in this sort of distant scale, from Germany into the, French West Coast, but really sustain deep push. So if you're starting, somewhere along this line, this is where they started. Okay, that puts you to about here. Yeah, that's where they're good to, right about here. And that's about it, quite honestly. Now they get further, obviously, but that's where they're good to. Okay, so we are producing some radar. Would we want to do that? Well, let's drop one here as well, because since aircraft can teleport into our rear areas, we'll drop one more there, and then we're going to come back here and let's build some military ICs. I think that's good. We will start thinking about building some more railways soon. Now, we're just because of, I went on about this last week, so I'm not going to do it again. This is just taking too long to get through what I think are mostly historical things they achieved in the time of it. So when I tried Supreme Command World at War, I actually wondered if plan destroy Polish army, but then hit hard France before winter would work better than hitting Belgium in spring. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. If Hitler and the German High Command really thought France and Britain were going to go to war over Poland, um, well, one, they wouldn't have done the war when they did it. But two, along with those terms, and it's what I actually like to do as a strategy. I like to wait till spring 1940 to invade Poland, to crush Poland, and then rapidly turn my force around to invade the Low Countries and France. Then, games are historically weakening French. Okay, well, Rhaegar, the way it should be, the way if you want to do historical France, and fortunately the Black Ice guys agree with me, at least the Hearts of Iron 3 want to do, is that the French army should be strong, but two things should be the case with the French army. Is one, the delay between attacks that they have in Hearts of Iron 3, you don't have it in 4, but that sort of either delay between attacks or the delay once you strategically redeploy. And now here, there's another problem, another way. It should be greater, so that, but two, what really should be, and it would hurt because the AI is so bad, but because it will do this, is it should be a good arm. You know, there you can't have militia and reservist type units, but excuse me, a lot of the French army should be good. But once a unit breaks, or once it loses organization, even if it hasn't actually broken, but once it loses organization, it should be really slow to rebuild it, because that would be historically set up. So so you have strong units, but once you break those units, or once even if they lose half their organization level, have their regain so slow that then if you hit them, you can reorganize your German forces enough and then hit them again. And because that would historically match France's inability to deal with change on the battlefield. And so either whether you break a unit and cause it to retreat, or it just simply loses, you attack wherever with 5 divisions, they win, but their half of their organization is gone. You've got time to reorganize your troops, and before they've come back a little ways, but then you hit them and grind them down again. So that would match the reality of this. I got one railway gun right now, and it can bombard in this range. So we're building a second. So I think we are. Okay, so we are still in 1939. So a brittle French army, strong but brittle, is how I would. Okay, I'm going to do that. Let's just take a quick look here. Strong but brittle. The first Vienna Award. Yeah, I should have waited for. Should have waited for the first Vienna Award to try to get. Yep, I'm just going to do it. No. I'm just going to go back and load my save and not ask them to come in. Tell us more about General Plan Ost if it happens. Will it make Germany rich? Well, I don't know that. I don't know how it's going to go, quite honestly.
zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken.
There we go. That was the main thing we did. Germany would be the richest if it stays out of the war and stays at peace. That would be the best choice for Germany, is to stay at peace. Because going to war just costs so much in destruction. Not just in lives, but in all kinds of destruction. And like we did, we're going to drop in radar here because we're a little bit south of that cover. Over to there, and then what strategic decision just changed that made Italy want to move all of its army? What just changed? Well, sent something down here. That's smart. I'm not saying it was bad moving their army around. Not at all, actually. In fact, the opposite. But what changed? Okay. Oil processing improved, and yes, we're going to come here and get better. You can play it faster than I do, so just talking with you guys. Okay, now, oh, well, we can no longer ask them to invite. Well, maybe that wasn't the thing to do, but they didn't come in either way. Well, we're going to continue to move down this path here, the historical one. At this point, no, you guys, and I'm not going to play a peaceful Germany, but I know you want. Oh, peaceful Germany. That's the smartest move. Yeah, the smartest move is not to play. But hey, we want to play war games. Yeah, I like reconnaissance. What I'm really going to find interesting, and what we should start doing soon, is railway and supply support into the east and see how that goes. And I know some of you guys have already played much deeper than I have in this. I have only been playing these Saturday mornings for me. This is Saturday morning. Partially because I want to share it with you guys, partially just other things doing. Anti-tank upgrade. Now, what that should allow me to do here, I think, is come here. Okay, there we go. Medium cannon, I think. Well, no, let's yeah, this. Enables improved high velocity cannon and improved heavy cannon. Improved high velocity cannon. So start with a Panzer IV Auste, which we have been making some just to get our production lines up and going. So I don't want to basic heavy cannon. Basic high velocity cannon. I thought it was search, or am I just reading this wrong? Probably just reading this wrong. But it says improved high velocity cannon and improved heavy cannon. Enables. So basic high velocity. I take that to be something sort of like a 50 caliber. Hello, Lord Samuel. In my save, Leon Blum was the leader of the Free French. Okay. He was premier or whatever of France for a while there, I believe. I don't remember Leon Blum's full history. We do have here this Herschel, or Henschel, I should say, Henschel, here with the installed basic high velocity cannon, extra machine guns, all sort of. Let's see, can we change the model? Let's. I guess it's too late to change. Select model. Well, I guess it's maybe the best one we have. No, spawn with Leon Blum and not. I was talking about a bug. Yeah, it should be free. If it's supposed to be historical, of course, it's supposed to be de Gaulle. Okay. Maybe we need a. Okay. Roll medium type. Oh, maybe we need a 3-man turret. Back. Where's small cannon? It's supposed to be improved high velocity, not basic. Am I just missing something here? Probably, because it says enable. Pack 40. Maybe it's good to build some DDs for it. No, we're not worrying about Navy this time. We're pretending we're Germans and we're going to do everything on land. With trains. What am I missing here? It took me a while to find that out. Let's look at here and see if still just basic high velocity cannon. Where's improved? Let's let a day go by. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it'll update. Okay, day's gone by here. I want to just come in here. I want to go. Okay, I'm just checking medium. Let's check here. We have improved small cannon 2. Heavy armaments, basic heavy cannon. Yeah, no, we can't put that in the turret. I understand. Remember my game in Japan earlier was De Gaulle. De Gaulle. He was dragged me into multiple wars and conquering India. It might be safer alliance than De Gaulle. Yeah, this is sort of frustrating. So, I mean, not that I wouldn't have done it anyways, but I wanted that improved. I don't know if chat. Hello, Dr. Castoka. I mess with tank design and I think I created a monster. Well, I'm sure that could happen. We have medium. We've got decent. Trying to wonder what am I doing wrong here. No. Spot, that's what I'm doing there. Here. Back to where I want it. We do the radar. I have a hard time to produce improved medium tanks. Production is just so. I think some of the ramping up to production is a bit slow. I will agree with that. We take the mouse chassis, slap Panzer I turret on it, Christie suspension, welded armor. Yeah. I don't know that that is a good idea. Okay, let's see. What we're going to do is we're going to click here. That will improve railings up to there. Let's do rail to here. Be a fresh one. Medium cannons can't penetrate. AT can't pen. Yeah. Might work in a game. Basic T-34 would just add radio. Yeah, that would be a relatively smart move. Though I would say the three-man turret is better than the T-34 with the two-man turret. It's only late war does the T-34 85 get the three-man turret that finally is sort of the good T-34. But a new one you can replace existing ones if you have spare trucks, yeah. So we'll start building some railways and upgrading some railways here. As soon as that gets done, we'll see how fast these go. Well, I'm not going to change my tank design just yet because I was trying to skip some different production periods here while we move towards the fate of Czechoslovakia. I don't know if Chad, if you got any solution to my why I can't get it. Yeah, maybe we should do more supply hubs. But what I'm worried about with the railways, quite honestly, is not today in these sort of low supply areas, but the sort of tomorrow when we're going to try to push deep. I want to have my railways prepped to, you know, to move lots of supplies. And I hope it's useful to do. There. Though with a Christie engine, you're not going to move a mouse fast. Sorry. I know Christie was a, you know, speed racer of tanks and all, but doctrines available. Okay. Yep, we'll do it. Enough resources for what we're trying to currently build. Let's do add 2 more there. But I'm still sort of frustrated over not just a medium turret type. Well, that's already, we have this 3-man turret. Okay. Am I getting wrong here? I wanted improved high velocity cannon. So this number 2, sort of like this is improved small cannon. That's what I was thinking I was going to get. This just, no, well, this is. So when you click on supply, you can just press the middle button and pop up upgrade all railways. Oh, very interesting. Good to know. You might have the coverage, but the railways are not good enough to move all the stuff needed. Well. Currently, no, I didn't want to do that. I always click the wrong place with that. What I really want to do is look at this. Sorry if this seems pedantic to you, because it does to me, but okay. Currently we have soft attack, you know, good soft attack, bad hard attack for the short barreled 75. What I want is long barreled 75, which should have the same soft attack. I was hoping this is what I take. I don't. I figured this was the small cannon was a 37 millimeter, or something like the automatic cannon or something like that to be at like a 20 millimeter. But hard attack, yeah, a little better. Improved small cannon, just good 37 millimeter basic high velocity. That'd be like the basic 50 millimeter gun. Cannon has 10 less, yeah, than medium howitzers, but better overall than anything included in the price. You're going to attack the Polish? Yes, when I get through the national focuses to do so, I will. Well, I guess we're going to go with this one. And we have that. We have radios. We currently have radio 1. So let's do improved radios. I like that. Special modules. What did I put in extra? No. I think additional machine guns. Yeah. And then Hudson. Here we go. No, we go slope armor later, maybe. So we'll do that. Okay. Let's have here. Okay. We have good armor. All right. Each of them has. Okay, so now we have the better version here. So let's just cancel that, and we're going to come here, and we're going to grab the improved version here. Panzer, no, that's the Panzer 3. Where's the Panzer 4? No. What? Did I not save it? Oh, okay. Panzer 3. Have I been looking at the wrong one all this time? Have I been looking at the wrong one all this time here? No, it's here. What? Because it's now grayed out. Yeah, no, this is. Okay, we have the Panzer 3C here. This. Oh, hell. This is just confusing. Okay, this there. That's what that one's supposed to be. And somehow this one here, Oust A, has turned into a Panzer III Oust A title. Why? Let me save this and try this again here. Team are getting confused. Is this fun, guys? I think you just made design from scratch on the same chassis type instead of upgrading the existing one. Could be, could be. Well, you see, I thought it came in here. Maybe I did this wrong. Thought I came in here, grabbed Panzer IV Oust A. Right, and now I'm going to upgrade it. So I'm going to give it medium cannon, not howitzer, medium cannon. I'm going to upgrade its radio. Give it an anti-aircraft machine gun and give it skirt armor. That's good. Okay, well, I guess it's just doing these names. You know, this is what I did. It's just now throwing, for some reason, the tank designer is throwing this name in here. So, okay, now that I know what's going on here, okay, this one here, this has medium cannon as that. Okay. Can we make this even more confusing? Well, you know what? These are going to be the same tanks. These are the same tanks. Well, maybe the radio's improved. Yeah, the radio's improved on this C model here. Where's this model? Okay, well, so we're going to make the Panzer III C for that, and I'm going to leave these Panzer IV Oust A's because we've yet to get an improved bigger bore gun. We need more. Titanium here. Let's see if we can get it from Sweden. There we go. Hello. Hi, Falk Flames. How you doing? Sure, go ahead, ask your question. Replace AA with ammo. No, I don't think I want to do the ammo wetting. As tanks break on their tanks have good replacement. Design and build a heavy tank to help with the breakthrough. How did you learn to play this game when you started? I had... well... back in... we'll go with... I'm just guessing on the year. Back in 1982, no. Probably back in 1978, probably around 1978, I got the war game, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by Avalon Hill. And even before then, back in about 1975 or so. Well, probably about around 1975 or so, I started playing miniature armor with adults. I was still a kid then, on a big sand table in somebody's garage that we, drove, moved tanks around and rolled dice. And I've been playing war games ever since then. And when I got Hearts of Iron 3, it was just instinctual for me. I just was so familiar with the basic concepts of the game. Yeah, I had to learn the details, but I just sort of knew it enough. So yeah, I've been doing it for a long time now. So it's really easy for me to pick up a lot of this stuff. So yeah, I would like Dr. Castroca. I guess I'm sort of getting that right. Watching videos is a good way to learn it, but yeah, no, now for Hearts of Iron 4, I was on the beta test. I was one of the beta testers for Hearts of Iron 4. So I was playing it before there were any videos. So yeah, I learned Hearts of Iron 4 before it was out to the public. So I've been playing Hearts of Iron 4 before it was released, and Hearts of Iron 3 for a long time before that. So yeah, well, but see, that's when I started learning. I've been doing it for a long time, and it's just a next step in an evolution. To me, Hearts of Iron 3 was just easy. It just seemed, like I say, instinctual. Okay, now let's look at supply hubs. We have one here, we have one here. No, I don't think we'll put any more now. Well, maybe we should upgrade. Yeah. Okay, range need width. Range from that is 2. Okay, so I'm seeing, yeah, there's things I got to learn here, no doubt. If we were to upgrade railways, like I think it was the doctor was saying, Q upgrade railways, bottlenecks of the path. This one, yes, okay, so we're going to do that and did that. Okay, here we are, okay, 8, 4, here, Breslau, I guess. We'll see how that works. I'll probably watch some videos, but I know the tutorials in this game, no help. Sorry that they're not helpful. Yeah, watch videos. You can watch some of mine. If you have a specific question, I would gladly try to answer it, but I don't know if I can just, here's how to, play it. Just click on the supply hubs and motorize them. Okay. That would be motorization level. Supply hub uses trucks, enables stockpile range. Okay, so if we were to motorize it, I knew that there's motorization in some of these situations, and that is why I have built, well, almost 3,000 additional trucks here. Well, no, let's end this episode. This episode's gone on too long as it is. I want to thank you all for watching. If you've got this far, I really do appreciate it if you could maybe give it a thumbs up. And if you're new here, of course, hit the subscribe button, because if you made it this far, it must be interesting to you. We will be continuing with more Hearts of Iron next time. Okay, yes. And those of you that are on YouTube, you can hit the like button now. We're gonna keep playing. Don't worry about that. I just wanted to sort of make an episode here. Hit the left button, the middle button upgrades the railways. Yes, good. Increases the supply coverage, right? And allows, disallows. Because that would be okay. This allows ally supply, right? So if we wanted to try to keep the Italians away from here or something, we could do that. That could be useful. So we'll see how this goes. Here. Beam slam, I don't. Oh, you played some World in Flames. Very good. Hope that went well. Let's start running another episode. We need to do that. Welcome back, fellow Armchair Generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing look at, yes, Hearts of Iron 4 with no step back DLC, and all of them except for the Balkans one. I haven't bought the Balkans one yet. That really wasn't enough worth it for me to buy. I probably should have got it on the last sale. Maybe I'll get it on the next sale. I don't know. Okay, we are getting through these supply hubs to there. Those look like they're going to get that organized up. We'll see how that goes. Now let's do a little more overseas. I think the bottleneck with your supply hub is not wide enough for your army. Yeah, that very well could be. Level 3 now, level 3 going out to here. I think it had been just at level 2. Okay, well, I'm not even sure. Doing with the fate of Czechoslovakia. Hey, Spiraling. How you doing today? Another Panzer Division. Okay, three. We just have 2 Panzer Divisions up here. Let's
Ausrücken!
one.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Put them together as a nice pink Panzer color. This whole supply question is really what I've been look at. Okay, well that's now blue instead of reddish or whatever, so it must be a little better supply. No, we're gonna keep our. Oh well, let's take a quick look here. Now let's stop it. We the world situation. National Spain won early there in 1938, and Japan is pushing here. Okay. Now in my current Hearts of Iron 3 playthrough, already, I think in 38 or whatever it is I'm in, they'd already done a landing successfully down here and pushed a bit further in here. So this is not as doing as well, but all right. Oh, another mountain division. We'll give them to you. Thank you, Arno. Transport planes are busted. Yeah, I'm not making any transport planes this playthrough because I'm basically testing out railways. And I want to do it with railways. This isn't so much of a playthrough to see how well I can play the game. It's testing out the new things in the game. Do a lot of levels there, catching up to here, it looks like. Oh. It's on them. Okay, and we just because we're trying out historical things, we're going to do the historical puppet fate of Czechoslovakia. Now, in my opinion, that should put Hungary in the Axis camp, because not only did they get the sort of first Vienna Award, their element, but on the breakup they got that, and that alone. Now they're probably going to make it the second Vienna Award over this to put it in, but I think it would be getting that, is how I would judge this. Okay, reassert Eastern claims is next on the agenda here. How are we doing? Okay, we just spawned in a bunch of infantry units. We just took a bunch of equipment, presumably from the Czechs. We will be, I guess, I don't know. How are we doing for trucks? Well, we're gonna add more truck production. Get more of them Opel Blitzes. There we go. Overdoing it, hopefully overdoing it. Okay, so now let's look at our railway situation now. Oh, I guess we got to take time to integrate that into our system. Well, upgrade railways through to there. Let's build a supply hub here. Can we? Yeah, there we go. Okay. In preparation for going west. Hello, Stalin. How you doing? Oh, can you start a multiplayer server? Not doing. Guess we could set something like that up. I know we played multiplayer before. I'm not going to play multiplayer now, if that's what you're asking. We've done some multiplayer games. Best to set that stuff up is on my Discord channel. Arno, if you're around, would you like to, in both YouTube and Twitch, if you please, put links to our Discord server where we do play multiplayer from time to time? And what's not going on there?
Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Ihre Befehle?
Thank you, Arno. I really appreciate that. Okay, we're in
Ausrücken!
infantry division there.
Ausrücken!
Cavalry division there. Infantry,
Angetreten.
infantry.
Bereit. Ausrücken! Bereit. Ausrücken!
These guys
Ihre
here,
Befehle?
really, they're part of, yeah, his army over here. So let's,
Angetreten.
that is, okay.
Ausrücken!
I'm gonna make sure that it's put you on
Ausrücken!
these, I'm gonna put you on these two, so
Ausrücken!
use up your equipment moving
Bereit zum
really.
Ausrücken.
3332. Right, okay. Let's get you down here. You can be hit from 2 provinces.
Ihre Befehle! Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Bereit! Bereit! Ausrücken!
I really like doing these, but these make me not want to do them the way these are working, these counters.
Ausrücken! Bereit!
Do with, as opposed to deal with them over on the side. I know I can do it over there, but
Ausrücken!
hello, American monarchist, or otherwise known as Airy, I do believe. How are you doing today? Thank you for also putting that up there. All right, text not going through my real hello there. Yes, well, I just saw the American monarchist one, a Discord link that you put up. That was it. So I don't know if you're where you were, and then you just now see you on Twitch there. That will reinforce the Dutch border. We have another motorized division here that we're going to send it to get there. Then we have another railway train here. No, maybe we'll move them over to yeah, that sounds fun. We can bombard Liège. Let's produce. Flip it over. That there. Yeah, down here. Very good, and we now have 86. Okay. Well, let's throw on one more here. I don't know that we have any towed anti-aircraft guns, so let's put some of those in production. I'd love to be part of a multiplayer game of Hoi 4 with Gamer. Well, spiraling. Yeah, we had been playing on Fridays. Then my life got a bit hectic with things, and that sort of needed to stop. We might start that up again. I don't know when. But yeah, just continue to hang out on the Discord server. And if not with me, there's some other guys there that will play Hoi 4 or EU or maybe Vicky when it comes out. If you can't get me involved just because of time and whatnot. But yeah, you can definitely look around there for friends, because Ari and Arno and others have very much, if Eric is still around, very much become friends. Most of them started out as viewers, so yeah, do so. Okay, yeah, we'll give them to this army here, and let's just put you on a train and get you down here. Like, I'm not understanding this entirely, what I'm seeing here. From level 2 to 20.
Ihre Befehle? Ausrücken!
Guns, good. Yeah, almost here. I think we're gonna wait. I think that would be better strategy here. Any decisions I should want to make here? Okay, if we were to do this, control Sudeten, dismantle Czechoslovakia, which grants land fort construction speed for 180 days. So if I was going to be building some construction forts, Sudeten lands. Okay, so I don't want to do this right now. Let's see here. We could paramilitary puppet Germany has the training which gets experienced daily. Fascism's 420 days, political power. Yeah, let's do that. Let's train our puppets up. That should be fun. Figured out you could use cavalry, but for some reason Poland started out using motorized. That 1/20th thing. What I get is the total supply and how many groups are using it. Okay. See how you guys became friends. Yeah, well, War Thunder is definitely, I know you're around for some of that, hanging out, but it was also playing, some Hearts of Iron and other stuff. And so, yeah, if you guys, want to hang out, now, like I said, the Discord's good. It won't always be with me or whatever, but and you don't know how happy I am to sort of just get in the Discord and take a quick look and see some of you guys hanging out and talking to each other and posting memes and whatnot back and forth. That's just really cool for me to see. Okay, let's improve our radar here. I'm going to start with up here to look further out into the sea. Deeper over Poland and deeper into France. With this, you could be researching with a penalty, or you can be storing up to, about 30 days. We might lose a little bit of it, though I don't know. Maybe equal to what the penalty would have been. 17th we'll start. Well, no, wait till the 1st. So how is all this coming along? Very nice. Okay, so we have 35. Okay, so this is $35 coming through here. 25, 25, 20 through to here. Well, here, I guess. Yeah, but once we get Warsaw, we're going to, and get through here, we're going to really build some upgrades to the railway. Oh, Soul XP. Don't forget AA help against. Yeah, let me pull up the right screen here. You can see I do have just level 1 through here. I don't know, maybe I should be doing more. Do that. That would help some. Putting some anti-air. Let's build some more armored cars. Right, now let's take a look at our current Panzer Division layout. To go to motorized. Okay, well, light tanks, it needs. That's, no, let's. Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. There we go. Got to get the right thing. Okay, so we could do that, and Let's do maintenance. Do we have? Yeah, we have enough. Maintenance company and logistics company here. Now, if we were to switch over to another medium tank, 45. Okay, so we have enough here for all of this. So we'll half the tanks will be light, half them will be medium. And if we were to add in another motorized infantry battalion or whatever, brigade, battalions, whatever they want to call these, yeah, that's going for basically half of our military points. That'll make our armored divisions much stronger, and we can afford all of that. So let's do that. Afford them as in that we have the equipment for it. Now, our motorized divisions here. We do something like that, that will help out with that anti-tank. Now for motorized artillery. I know we have the support artillery, but we also throw. Actually, no, let's remove that. Let's see if we just stick it over here. I think that'll cost us a lot less. Opening up a new line like this for some reason costs, well, no, maybe it doesn't cost anymore. Okay, well. Yeah, okay, towed artillery. There we go, lots of artillery. And as you can see, I know there's various combat with stuff going on with this game, but I tend to, oh, well, I didn't really mean to do that. Wanted to add one more there. Get a lot of artillery for that. I'm more on trying to just go instinctual and do something somewhat historical. Or division layouts. The first, yay, cool. Now let's come to here first because we probably wasted a little bit, but we should. Oh, okay, no, we should be here. We're gonna grab that. Oh, if you're gonna do these ones that boost other research, you might as well do them early to boost as much research as you can. No point in waiting, delaying. Yeah, either one of those would be nice. But let's look around before we make the judge. Okay, probably some air maybe. Yeah, let's go with better fighters. We'll do that, get that going. Hello, Google Map guy, how you doing? Let's take a look at our government here. We have a slot open here where we could do fortification, but I'm not planning on doing too much more. Doing a little bit more AA building at the moment, but that's it. That has been removed. Not finding converting any of those over. See, do we local motorization artillery research speed? Well, I'm doing a bunch of small, so let's. Well, the Bloomberg Fritsch affair doesn't happen, I guess, with this, so Fritsch is still in the game. Paradox, you're lazy. Maybe not as lazy as I think you are sometimes, but you're lazy. Recovery rate. Okay, currently we're Army experience gain. Division training time down, that's nice. But division speed or division attack or army organization. You guys have an opinion between speed or organization, or no, between attack? Can I speak German? No. 9. Don't really speak German. Know some German words, but don't speak German. What do you guys think? Speed is the essence? Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking, but we don't have enough attack, but we just got... we have Guderian, we have Rommel, Schroeder, Guderian. He's here as the theorist. We have Guderian as the theorist already. So that's max speed up 10% mobile warfare doctrine. Go for speed, Arno says. Hello, Tinky. How you doing, my friend? So we have Guderian here as theorist, and he's also commanding an army. Take speed. Guderian said that an engine is the Panzer's weapon. Okay, so we're going to go speed. Now this will also affect Brauchitsch will also affect the all the divisions. So yay, we'll do that. Speed is important. Okay, hopefully we have a strong enough... Oh, you should be under his command.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Zuhören. Bereit.
Be under the same guy, and that's some idea of unity of command around. Let's see, okay, we can give these to various commanders. Yeah, we're getting ready for Poland. Very soon here. Yeah, I don't know how much we're going to be able to overrun. Okay, we just got better infantry equipment. Now we're going to improve our use of the equipment basically there. All right, so now let's improve here. Yeah, and I guess we'll improve artillery here. That's a pretty big hit of efficiency. We're going to keep these civilian trains here rocking. Keep those going for now. I think I already answered the question if I can speak German. No. 9. Thank you, Arno. Yeah, I don't want to out people, but I think I have one German viewer here now. Some of my closer German friends I don't think are on the forum or on the live stream right now. Up to people whether they want others to know what languages they speak. Or enable this playthrough. Okay, I don't know. Reassert Eastern claims. Doesn't that give us, oh, is that now a decision I have to make here, over here somewhere? Just give me memo. No. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe it just now gives us the claims. I don't know. Well, looks like we're getting near going to war, but we still have to do, we got to do the Ribbentrop-Molotov before going for Danziger War, so we're going to do this. Radars will give us even better looks in around places. So let's I don't think well, wouldn't hate having a pet cat, but not really my favorite type of pet to have. Cats are okay.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Over stacking some of these, I know. Let's move you to here. Let's move the infantry division to there. Well, I'm going to go to war this live stream. You know, people may watch all my stuff, and some people don't watch hardly any of it. Again, we are January 1940. Look at what I've researched. You know, okay, 4-year plan, West Wall. Großraumwirtschaft. Not quite sure what that was. Something big I don't know. Big something or other. Definitely autarky, Reich Autobahn, coal liquefaction, synthetic rubber, Hermann Goering Works, KDF wagon. Those should all be done fairly early. Whether you want to argue that should have maybe come later in the progressive time, maybe. Haven't done any aero innovations. We've done this. This definitely happened historically. Treaty with the Soviet Union. We haven't done the anti-Comintern pact, which obviously should happen for historical. Naval rearmament, that should happen. Maybe you could argue this, maybe not happening. Now I get their point is you need to make decisions, and we befriended Japan partially just because we wanted to be able to check out, which we do at times, what's going on with the war out in East, but also partially to get benefits of having, we do have an advisor out there, and then gone through these things which are very historical, and we're in January 1940, and we haven't gotten to there. Now, Second Vienna Awards is sort of a bit later. I think we should. This is just too clogged with stuff. Line Hungary, yeah, that should have happened by now. Romania, maybe a bit after, but. So yeah, it just, and I'm not even because I'm definitely an infrastructure first kind of guy. So, but I haven't done German war economy yet. I haven't got down to here to integrate these guys in the economy yet. Well, I guess these are one or the other. Can't do both of those. Yeah, I get the idea that you're maybe not supposed to do everything, but this just seems like awfully late to get through what I think are the historical national focuses for Germany. So that's why. At least level 3 AA, if possible, just realize the date, yeah, that's right, spiraling. So right now I'm going national focuses, Ribbentrop Pact. In my opinion, to play even somewhat historically, you need this, and then it's Danziger War. And that's, I'm not doing any other national focuses until that's done. And I think I've done, like I was saying, basically the appropriate national focuses for playing roughly historical. I'm not trying to be everything happening on the exact same date and, the exact same order of battle. No, that's not how I play, but fine if you do. Like my friend Klaus likes to play that way. I mean, to the point he would be naming all of these divisions, and if he's playing something like Hearts of Iron 3, he'll put the historical general of the 69th Infantry Division, if it's one of the options, in charge of the 69th Division. He is that sort of level of and build up the hierarchy of Hearts of Iron 3 with all the historical stuff. He's very much that sort of player, and it's really cool that people play that way. I just don't have the mentality to dig in and do it. Too much time with coal liquefaction, but that's what they were doing historically. They were doing that. I'm not, in my opinion, doing anything they didn't do leading up to the war. Yeah, you may be right. From their perspective, I'm taking too much time doing it. But it's sort of like, okay, but that's what happened, so I'm just doing history kind of thing. At least that's how I see all this. Did the Soviets not give a memo back? This is Lithuania right now, but historically, no, the Russians still have Lithuania. That's what you're talking about. You go to war with the army you have, not the army you might want to or wish to have later. Yeah, absolutely. Donald Rumsfeld, he's right. I remember when he was saying those things. I disagreed with a bunch of things Rumsfeld wanted to do with the army and his light mobile army theories and whatnot, but I really did like the guy. I think Well, I know he was the youngest Secretary of Defense the United States ever had, and I think he was also the oldest Secretary of Defense the United States had. If you guys, I don't know, some of you guys are young, too young, you don't remember, but Donald Rumsfeld was the Secretary of Defense during the time before and then after, the 9/11 attacks during the Bush administration there. But he was also the Secretary of Defense under Nixon. And back then he was, wonder kid kind of guy. So as the youngest, so he was way back during the Vietnam Wars, and then our early days of our expeditions into the Iran and Afghanistan, Iraq and Afghanistan. Sorry. So yeah, Rumsfeld's an interesting guy if you read up on him. Problem is that's exactly right, Gary. That's my whole. Almost everyone is. There's the only two that I right offhand know are these two are 35 days. These two naval effort ones are 35 days. And what I would do, and when I built out, again, there's an unreleased Third Reich events for a much older version of Hearts of Iron 4. I was going in and making a lot of preconditions because I wasn't adding any new, because not that as Third Reich events that I wouldn't add new national focus, but I wanted to tie all of the national focuses into, or at least the ones that I could, into something going on with Third Reich events, like the West Wall. The West Wall would be something that you would start early and it would take years to build. So it's not like press button, get wall. It's press button, start wall production. So you would do this and start the wall production. So some of the stuff would just happen in days, but the effects you might not see for a year or more later. And then other ones might just have a, somewhat of an artificial date on them, so it would just sort of stop you from racing through everything super fast. But some would still take longer, some would take shorter, some would be, I don't know if any were, it's been a year since I worked on it, any would be like instantaneous, but might just be like 10 days and boom, you got it. Okay, but that means you're just starting the West Wall program, and you build and you build and you build. You may be starting it like in 1936 or 37 or whatever it was, but you build it for 2 or 3 years in different stages with different costs. So that's, you can't get, the SU has it. Oh, you're right. I didn't realize. You're right. I did not realize that the Soviet Union had taken over Lithuania somehow. How did that? This is why I stopped playing Hearts of Iron 4. It has been years since I've played Hearts of Iron 4. Now, you may look, well, but gamer, you've made videos, not that. Yeah, I've played modded games. World Ablaze, Total War, Black Ice, Kaiserreich if I'm winning something crazy. I stop playing, and trust me, the minute that I find a good mod that's worked into all of the stuff here, I'm going to stop playing Hearts of Iron 4, the thing released by Paradox, because you're not going to convince me in a rational, reasonable world that somehow, with these states still here, that the Soviet Union is getting this. And this is before the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. And the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact specifically said that Lithuania is part of the German sphere. That was going to be German territory, or German sphere. Whether Germany was going to take it over or is going to be a German puppet state, I don't know. But it specifically said that this is in the German sphere. So Germany got to do what it wanted to with it. Now, this basically here, and sort of, well, this here, not just the sort of 5 provinces here of this state. Again, I hate the fucking state mechanic. We're in the Soviet sphere, but Germany did very well and pushed, and this is why the state mechanic is bad, is because if you want to have the historical planned Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, not, they were going to maybe get this side of the Vistula or whatever this is here, but this area in here was all going to be Soviet territory, not down in Krakow, but this area here. But Germany does well, and they sort of meet up with the Soviets here in Brest-Litovsk area. And so they renegotiate, because Germans are sitting here. They renegotiate, and Germany's sort of like, yeah, we're going to form this, because I forget which book it was I read. Not Hitler's Compromises, I think, but one of the other ones. They went into some detail. Maybe it was Hitler's Compromises. Went into some detail of how Hitler really tried in late 1939, early 1940, before the invasion of France, to make it seem like he was setting up a puppet state of Poland called the General Government. He really worked on the thing. Goes, look, we've had an armistice with Poland. Poland still exists. It's going to be this general government. We just took back the old German imperial territories, and Soviet Union grabbed up the other half of there, but there's still this sort of general government here. They really tried to do this and create an appearance of, sort of like what happened with Vichy France kind of thing, but Vichy France was real for a while as it was semi-independent. It wasn't quite a puppet state yet. It becomes a puppet state fully puppet state once Germany occupies. But Germany really tried for those few months before the war here to try and negotiate, really trying to get Britain out, quite honestly. I think they still wanted a war with France, but really trying to get Britain to go, okay, yeah, we really don't have to go to war. You created this general government. It's for the Poles. The Poles can move into the general government. Cool. I'm just saying, trying to give not what I think was happening. They were trying to erase Poland, absolutely, but what Germany was trying to make it appear happening. So so Germany's sitting here, has it. So they're not giving up this territory. And the Soviets, you see they actually held a joint parade with Soviet and German tanks parading together and whatnot. And the German commander and the Soviet commander on the reviewing stand taking the salutes together, and all smiles and whatnot. And it's all smiles. And basically the guys at the front are telling, the German guys are telling the Russian guys, they're going to work this out between Berlin and Moscow. Don't worry about it. Don't start shooting at us, but we're really friendly. Trust us. And they do. So they swap this, like I say, this section out to say, okay, that's going to be German. Lithuania gets to be in your sphere. Okay, that's history. And I'm not going to buy that somehow the Soviet Union gets Lithuania without occupying these other things, and before the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. I'm not buying that for a second. So I'm going to keep playing here just because I want to see how these railways work out and things. But this just fuck it. I don't care. I'm going to keep playing. But I don't fucking care anymore because this game is fucking broken to me. And but gamer, it's fun, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I want to play a historical game. Not a historical game that's railroaded down. I know I'm on a diatribe here, but railroaded right down, the railroad tracks in Moscow. No, but give me something reasonable. If they had invaded these other countries first and then came down here, okay. I might think it's wrong, but okay. These are something I think that could have happened. Not this crap. Let me read Spiralings. There are known knowns, yes. I remember this one. I actually think I saw this one live. There are things that I definitely saw it within 24 hours it was originally out. There are things that we know. There are things and there are known unknowns. Like, yeah, there are things that we know we don't know, but there are also unknown knowns, things that we do not know we do not know. Because it's sort of like we know that so-and-so is a terrorist, but we don't know where he is, kind of thing. And that's what he was being asked about in one of his briefings, And then there's just things we don't know about, the whole terrorist group that we've never heard of, kind of thing. That was that. Lithuania offering protection against Poland. Lithuania, luckily, we can't be autonomous province. Fucking Russians, yes or no. And their focuses or decisions to annex the Baltic. I think it's stupid because, from what I can tell, they have a decent chance of accepting annexation, which doesn't make any sense. Absolutely. This whole thing just doesn't make any sense. The Baltic states might not put up much of a fight to a overwhelming, which was basically what it was, Soviet invasion. But Germany would have got a chance to go, oh, wait a minute, do you want us to defend you? And they would have, I think, done so. But yeah, by the way, is German Russian? No, we are. Hello, Martin Smith. How you doing? We are halfway through Ribbentrop-Molotov. Thanks again, Arno. Do appreciate. Yes, as Arno's saying, if you want to hit the like button on YouTube, it does help the stream. That's why Memo wasn't. I wasn't even paying enough attention because it just looked like Lithuania here and wasn't looking close enough. Yeah. Oh, I'm doing fine. Just going a little crazy, I guess. Okay, Finland rejects. Now, I guess some of what is happening here is because of the lateness of the day or the hour, whatever you want to say. What should be the Winter War happening, but the Winter War shouldn't happen without the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. There, I said it. It shouldn't happen without the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. And I don't think it would have happened without Germany being at war with France and Britain as well. You do know that while Ribbentrop and Molotov were sitting down in Moscow talking at the very same days, I mean literally the very same days, same time, there was a British and French delegation meeting with another deputy foreign minister or somebody like that, I forget who, in Leningrad. They had actually this is before the war broke out, but they had actually had to come all the way up and around, somehow get into Sweden, and then from Sweden into Finland, and then trying to avoid going through Germany, right, and going through the lower Baltic. It was coming in this way somehow, flying in, getting in here, trying to negotiate with Stalin, because they had to get Stalin to be on on the Allies side. And Stalin representative asked, well, what about the Baltic states and Finland? And the Western Allies, well, what about them? Well, can we have them, basically? And the Western Allies, well, no, wait a minute, those are sovereign countries. No, you can't have sovereign countries. Okay. Hitler was like, yeah, you can have Finland, Latvia, Estonia. We're going to take Lithuania, and you can have half of Poland. Anyway, and you can also have this bit of Bessarabia down here, a bit of Romania. You need to have that. And Stalin goes, oh, that's a better deal. We'll take it. So, and to the best of my knowledge, now maybe some they knew, but to the best of my knowledge, neither negotiating team, whether the Germans or the Franco-British knew of the other team negotiating. They did not, to the best of my knowledge. They may have known, but in the articles that I read, they don't mention that they knew. And okay, so yeah, these were happening simultaneous, and Stalin went with what he thought was the better deal. The German pact instead of the Allies pact. Don't know if what he would have thought after the Germans attacked, whether he might still have thought they were the better deal, because otherwise Germany would have had a start line here, unless, of course, well, no, because Germany would have had a start line here because my understanding, again, I don't know the details of the negotiation, but my understanding is that the Soviets were going to come to the aid of Poland, basically, if Germany's attacked. I mean, if Germany attacks Poland, but not get any territorial claims. And basically have to stay out of the Baltic states and Finland. They just come in through Poland. So the start line would have been back here. And of course, Romania, if you hadn't taken part of Romania wanted to be allied, particularly with France, but France realized, we're not going to defend Romania, we can't do that. So they were hung out to dry. But yeah, that's what was going on historically. So this is just a lot of BS. Okay, well, we're going to end the episode. Not the live stream, but the episode. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Sir Toyjet, Nils, Timothy, and others for your support over on Patreon. But everyone else, if you just give it a good thumbs up, maybe post a comment below. And of course, if you made it this far, please, hope I've earned your subscription on YouTube. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, well, I'm going to go grab a Coke, and I'm going to be back, and we're going to continue this. So, unless you need to, don't go away. I'll be right back. Hello, Ikoki. How you doing? No, I'm going to stay around, Martin Smith. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Just ending the episode. Well, we'll still be here. I know it sort of sounds like it, but no, I'll be around. Be right back. Back here. the Soviet to a radical nation that thing. Hello, call me. How you doing? No, this is just me still learning how the new railway system works, testing things out. No problem, Martin. I just, if you need to go somewhere, of course, I totally understand, but I'm sort of doing double duty between doing a live stream and making episodes to put on later. People don't like to, I mean, if you have the time and you're hanging out now, people like to hang around, but later on they don't want to listen to or watch a 4-hour episode. They want to watch like a 40-minute, though I normally run longer than that. So yeah, just single player playing with trains, seeing how this is all going to work out. Okay, I was talking to Ari, who was one of the people who played a lot of multiplayer with me. The multiplayer games that I put up did not get very good views. They got worse than the single player views. So I don't know. I was going to say I was going to maybe do some multiplayer, but I would probably try it again some point, for episodes. But they just did not do well. So yeah, I don't know about that. I learned a lot of overpowered bugs on the railway system. Yeah, well, I am to some degree evaluating it as is, but I'm hoping mods will be able to go in and adjust things for it. So yeah, I don't know, because I really had fun making our multiplayer episodes. You can see it, if you watch the episodes. So if somebody really wants to have multiplayer stuff, go and watch some of those episodes and then type in, hey, I'm watching this or whatever, and in the comment sections, because I'll notice that YouTube gives me alerts on those things. So if there's a real interest for multiplayer, I would love to do it, because I had a lot of fun doing it. But no one's going to watch. If there's going to be half the viewership or less than other stuff, it really isn't worth putting it up. It just isn't. Okay, well, because I'm not making this. I'd rather have 100 people or 300 people watch it than just 60 or 70 people watch something like this. So All right. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here. And before we get into it, just was talking with some of the people. You might want to either look up the full length of the episodes of live streams or catch live sometime. There's a lot goes on that doesn't get in these episodes. But if you want to see me play multiplayer with some of my friends here, I'd be very happy to do it, but we got sort of low views. But if you want to do that, you can either comment below here now when you're watching later, but what really would help is go to some of those older Let's Plays that are multiplayer and watch and comment on those videos. Actually show that you want to watch them, then not just say you do. That will definitely more likely get me. What the hell is going on here? Where's that railway? Okay. Huh. I'm going to leave this here because I'm not understanding for sure what's going on. But I've not given this general any freaking, battle plans. And I had the railway here where I wanted it back behind the lines because it could this has this bombardment range here of this circle. He says I'm understanding it. And this general here, the one that I wanted to have this to be able to bombard Liège, is now here. No, I'm going to send you back up here. Yeah, okay, you're getting unassigned. This is screwy. This is screwy. I'm going to leave the other one here just to see how it goes, but I don't get this because I haven't told that I specifically am not giving any general commands. Because I don't trust or like what they're going to do. I'm sorry, you know I can draw defensive lines, I know I can draw all kinds of screwy battle plans and then have the AI completely ignore the battle plan. You know, draw an arrow going right through here and all my tanks end up over here and here and here and spread out everywhere instead of concentrated in a spearhead push or something just because screwy AI. So I've long given up on the AI. And now if I assign it to a command of a army, and this general here, who's up here, is sending it down here. What? I didn't tell this general anything. Didn't give him front lines here. Ugh. So, yeah, no, I know it can only go on railway lines. That's why I had it here with this railways behind here. Which I think is cool. I like that it can only go on railway. Now it's going over here for some reason. Now it's coming back up over here. Now that it's here, yeah, okay. Yeah, see. You know what? Now, 2 episodes ago, I gave a rant, started about Poland and its AI controlled whatever. You know, as soon as it got there, it would immediately go somewhere. God damn. Paradox. Fix your shit. That should be a clip. This is just ridiculous. I'm sorry. You know, if I had assigned a front line, but even if I assigned a front line, I presume it would still be doing its back and forth crap. Italy's justifying against Yugoslavia. Oh, great. Well, I'm trying to get to war as fast as I can now. No. It's the German initiative. They act on their own, not waiting for orders. Yeah. You know what? If I actually thought it was a good AI, then I would probably go with it, you know, and just go, yeah, you're right. Let's let the guy command the front. He's the guy there. No doubts about that. But I've played this game before and it's screwy. Okay, Ribbentrop-Molotov getting near done. Then we'll do Danziger War. Declared war on Finland. This is the problem with the national focus system. And I know they just did the Soviet national focus stuff. So it should be good. But whatever freaking national focus they just completed here. Let's see if we can see this here. I don't know. Where might it be? Reinforced Baltic, reinforced naval. You should accept. Well, I haven't been given a proposal by Stalin yet. I would be willing to the center. Marxism, Comintern, anti-capitalist, Baltic security, claims Baltic, claims Poland secure Leningrad. Well, if this is... No, I'm sorry. This is just screwy. These must have Ribbentrop-Molotov pact agreements before allowing it to happen. That should just be a requirement. Oh, Finland got its own proposal. Yeah, well... This is just screwy and wrong.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
To form another armored corps. And yeah, we'll give him to Monstein and we will assign him to here. And yeah, let's...
Ausrücken.
But for all history, if Germany went Kaiser for whatever reason, then... Well, okay, you see, this is... Yeah, okay. Well, what if Germany went Tommy? You know, I mean... Or what if... you know, well, what if the U.S. had invaded Germany in 1936? You know, we gotta, you know, let's build the game around the idea of America. You know, it was, you know, they were so close in 1936 to invading the Soviet Union, or invading Germany. Well, what if they did? I mean, you know, I think we ought to build in the ideas of the Great Zimbabwe Empire that arises out in 1936, and by 1938 it's on the borders of Germany. We need to program in that. Okay, let's get that program in. Let's also do Simon Bolivar's grandson. Simon Bolivar was maybe he's pronounced Simone, but I don't know. Simon Bolivar, he is basically the George Washington of Latin America. He is the general, somewhat of a politician, but the general who after the end of the Napoleonic Wars and Spain is so, you know, collapsed and whatever, he's basically the guy that leads the armies that frees all this. Bolivia is named after him. But he's fighting all over there, and he wanted to create a, you know, United States of South America, of the Spanish-speaking, not trying to grab Brazil or these other colonies, just the Spanish-speaking region here, and try to you know get it to be sort of a United States kind of thing, not a big central government, but obviously as we see, but well, what if his grandson or somebody like that is there and unites Brazil? I mean, like South America, and they invade Germany or Lithuania. Let's program that in. Okay, and what about the people that live in the hollow earth and they bore their way up to the surface? We need to have a programmed setup of what if in the middle of Germany a big hole arises and out comes marching armies of people from the hollow earth riding dinosaurs. That should be our number one priority for development for Hearts of Iron 4. Players are going to love it because it's going to be cool. Dinosaurs in World War II. Flying pterodactyls taking Messerschmitts out of the sky. That's what we need to develop in here. Screw anything else. Let's do Hollow Earth, people coming to the surface in the middle of Germany, and all the surface nations either unite or die against the invasion of the dinosaur-riding Hollow Earth people. There we go. That should be the next DLC for Hoi 4. There we go. See, I've got a better DLC than anything they're going to make for Hoi 4 here. Dinosaurs in World War II. And we're going to explain it from people from the Hollow Earth. Yep. Oh, Anastasia Romanov becomes the leader of Poland. You mean the little girl that was killed in the basement in whatever? Russia? Yeah, I know there was the woman who claimed to be it and who was in an insane asylum for a few years in France and then eventually gets to America. Yeah, I know of her. I remember the time when she was alive and interviewed for television commercials and whatnot. So, but we found the dead bodies. They've done DNA tests on them. She died in whatever forest that was that they went out and buried them and went and dug up the graves of the family. And yes, her body has been identified as one of them. So no, she didn't survive. But yeah, if they put in an Easter egg of that, that's just fucking screw it. This is why nuke Hollow Earth. Arno's going to nuke the Hollow Earth and blow up all Earth. Because send all the nukes down there, boom, kill them, and the Earth explodes. Take ourselves out. Yeah, good move, Arno. Good move. When we get Dino Designer, hey, yeah, good. Pinky's even ahead of me. She's got the idea of Dino Designer. Maybe not. It's not so much like you design the dinos. No, we got sort of the, some guys riding Tyrannosaurus Rex and some guys, on some of the ones with don't know all of the sort of ones with all the spikes on the back of it that sort of bent over with the big spiky tail. That one, and pterodactyls flying. Those are all there, but whether they have, added armor or what kind of radios they have on them and what kind of guns they have mounted on them. Yeah, that would be cool. What kind of added armor to the dinos and the flying. Yeah, the fake imposter, but yeah. Okay, now if you're saying, they fall for the fake imposter. But you know what? You know what? You know who the first... You know what would happen when she showed up in Poland? And tries to, claim to be Tsarina or something? And if they've actually put this in, my opinion, this is just gamers' opinion, they'd hang her. They don't want any fucking Romanovs. The Poles do not want Russians to rule them. They are not czarists. They are the opposite. They beg Napoleon to support their claims of independence. And Napoleon goes, you mean I can get a bunch of Polish legionnaires and people garrisoning out here that'll be super loyal to me on the far side of, the Prussians and facing off against the Russians, and yeah, sure, great. You're independent, cool. Give me Polish legions. Now, if there's a Sobieska or Sobieski, male or female, descendant of Jan Sobieski III, shows up, that would be the ruler of Poland, maybe. But ain't no Romanov. Fucking A. If they think there would... who the damn hell designer really thinks the Polish would want a Romanov leader? I sent you the focus Polish tree for having her as an Easter egg leader. Okay, thanks, Ari. I actually put this in. The Poles would shoot her. Well, yeah, they might shoot her instead of hang her. I don't know. Maybe they go the French route and guillotine her. But yeah, I'm thinking sort of a lynching type thing. Hand her over to the Soviets for guarantees. No, I don't think the Poles would do that. Now, they might do what the Germans did with Lenin. They might try to, send her into create a revolt in another Russian civil war. If they actually thought that would get a civil war going, they would do that. Yeah. But the to the best of my knowledge, and I don't know who it would be, but there are descendants of Jan Sobieski III alive. I don't know if that actress woman who, if she really is a Sobieski, and I don't know if she's descended from Jan Sobieski III or if there's a bunch of Sobieskis around. But there are, I believe, descendants. But I don't know that they had the Sobieski. I'm not sure. Well, I know at one point there was 3 granddaughters. And they married and had bunches of children. So there's somebody that, if they symbolically want, they could be legitimate descendants of Jan Sobieski III or John Sobieski III, however you want to say it, around. And they could, just change the name back to Sobieski, or if it's female, Sobieska. If they want it, just so that they use that family name. There's still nobility floating around that's, of the Polish king. If they wanted, a figurehead. Yeah, but it wouldn't be a Romanov. You have to go to Congressional Poland, AAK Kingdom, and reject all candidates twice, and then, okay. Megalodon can eat the Bismarck. Ah, okay, Tinky, yep. Yep, there you go, Tinky. You're I think you and me, we could design, the next one, that's right. Megalodon sub hunters, even more so, just going after those subs, crushing them one after the other. Yeah, Arno would be nuking too many places. This is why like I say, I'm going to continue playing here just because I want to see how this works out. Because for personal playthrough, I quite honestly have lost all interest in this, because this is now just fantasy land to me. Yeah, I know I'm late on the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, and I'm late on Danziger War. So, but, how hard is it that if Hitler is, leader of Germany, to trigger some of these other national focuses, you must first have Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Yeah, I get your idea of, well, what if you're going down the fantasy road? What if if there's the Kaiser in Germany and the Soviets want to be aggressive? Okay. I can see that point, but you could easily put a check for, like, is the Kaiser the leader of Germany or something like that in these national focuses. I know how easy it is because I did it. I did these things. I've done, maybe not a check for Kaiser, but I went in and, made, like maybe putting a first date on something like this, so you couldn't just get there And so I was changing some of the time, how long it took, so that, you would, when I was doing it, so that sometimes you would run into a date. Sometimes I would have a flag, or you either call it a flag or a tag set up in the coding that, like, an event would set a flag or tag, however you want. It's the same thing, but has flag XXYY. And then once you have that, because some other thing did it, then it unlocks KDF wagon, say. So, or whatever it might be. So you just so easily have a check for something. It's super easy to throw that into the national focus tree, that if you're already playing around with it, it is super, super easy to do. Okay. Fleet logistics. No, we're going to do Army logistics here for division attrition down. Hello, Russian guy. What is that? Something 1940, Russia. Well, Russia's gotten here in 1940, and we just finished the Ribbentrop-Molotov. They signed the pact now. Okay. Yep. Sorry, I don't read Cyrillic. So we are trying to get Danziger War as soon as possible. Okay, is that Poland? Yeah, we're trying. Yeah, we haven't invaded yet. We are in however many days, in 60 days, we are invading Poland. Still going after Yugoslavia. Oh, that'd be lovely. Except German conditions. Well, maybe. We'll see how that goes, if it goes. Well, what am I low on? Wise. But we need more. Well, I thought when I went over and changed everything, we had enough artillery to do so. I guess I made a very big mistake. Well, I wanted a reserve of artillery. I misread or something there. Well, I think I'm going to try this again. No, I want to come here. I want to come here. Let's try from here. We got this now. Back, medium armor. Now we can do it. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. Improved radios. Special module, we're going to do additional machine guns. Now we're going to do skirt armor. We are trying to do Panzer IV Aus F. Let's rename this. Oh, need one of those, don't we? Well, we'll even go F2s. I really actually more the G, but we're not going that heavy of armor, I guess. I don't know. Better. Well. Now that I hand redid this, I'm going to make sure that goes away, and then I'm going to come down here, make sure I'm going to the right one. Mouse F. Okay, so very little interruption. We're going up to a better tank there. Come here, and since I think we have enough in the store, we're going to convert over to that. That's a bigger jump. We're not going to change the trains. Okay, that's all looking good. Hello. Wider Drak. How you doing today? And we need even more tungsten coming in, and we can get a whole nother 8. Well, let's get and what can we now do here? Yeah, better artillery support. So that sounds fun. Just wilder. Okay, that works. I can try to remember that. And just mentioning, if you haven't already, you can hit the follow button on Twitch or the subscribe button on YouTube. Love to see you guys around more often. Okay, you come over here. Assign you to Von Monstein's group. Let's have you guys.
Ihre Befehle?
I'm going to trust that the Italian AI is going to be smart enough. I know you're laughing, but yeah. I don't need to send in reinforcements along here. I've signed a white peace. I guess not entirely. Yes, you can have a non-aggression pact. We're not going to invade you.
Angetreten.
Well, go like that.
Ihre
Put
Befehle?
where it is.
Achtung! Ausrücken!
You know, we're gonna move. And
Ausrücken!
into here.
Bereit zum Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Bereit!
Oh no, here, yes.
Ausrücken!
I mean, Well, I think crushing Poland is going to be easy.
Ihre Befehle?
A decent reserve there. Let's
Angetreten.
create another, well, sort of core here, but another army. No, we're not going to give them to the SS. Papaha, no. No, we can give them to Yodel. There's a couple of
Ausrücken!
there. Turkey. I think we do that over land. Let's. Oh no. Okay, that's Dutch East Indies, I guess we're thinking. There for rubber. Oh boy. Well, it looks like we have 7 extra, so what we're going to do is just cancel this outright. That just puts us 1 negative. Okay, so now we don't have any trade going there. We're 1 negative, yeah, I know. Hello. Genose? Challenge impossible. Oh, I've done a bunch of playthroughs of other nations. Britain, Japan, Italy. Done a bunch. Whether Hoi 4 or Hoi 3. Oh yeah, I've done a bunch. I just keep testing things, and when I'm testing, I normally want to test from the German perspective.
Zuhören!
Yeah. No problem. It's multiple reasons why I do it. One of them is I like it. Another is they seem to be popular. Okay, we're going to do another synthetic fuel plant. I guess we can put it here. More popular than other nations. Again, so long as I'm doing something I generally like, I'm very happy to do what is popular, because I don't need to make a video series for just 5 people to watch. I would rather make a series for 5,000 people to watch. We're ignoring naval this playthrough. See, I'm mostly testing things here, guys, so I'm not overly worrying about stuff. Let's go for the, yeah, let's go for that. Oh yeah, we have the France. Oh, absolutely. Germany is setting the tone for everything that's happening. Where, yeah, whether you want to call it mid or late war, however you want to call it, America is, becomes the driving force, and even the Soviet Union to some degree. But America, because you have both Europe and in the Pacific, they are the things that are really become what's going. But I sort of agreed with Johan, was the lead developer for Hoi 4. In that he saw America as sort of like the final boss, monster or battle or whatever, to be defeated. And that's, I haven't played America on, I've turned it on a few times, but I haven't played America, because I just feel, whether it's Hearts of Iron 3 or Hearts of Iron 4, they're sort of the boss conquering whatever nation capable. You may have some trying years early on, but yeah, they're just sort of going to go big and stomp everybody. So I just sort of find it like, yeah, I could play it. I'd be happy to play it if like it were like everybody wanted me to play it. Yeah, sure. But it just doesn't seem to be the sort of challenge. Hey, MMDB, how you doing? Yeah, you can do better. Or how might things have gone to, differently kind of thing. Because I know how to win as America. Just follow the American plan of World War II. Okay. Well, just to keep everybody clear, we're going to keep the live stream going. Don't go anywhere. Live stream is keep going. But those watching later on YouTube, we're going to end this episode so I can have an episode that starts with the war with Poland. So if you're watching on YouTube, please come back next time, whenever that will be, and we will be driving deep into Poland. Hope to see you then. Thanks everyone for making it this far in. Yes, we will keep playing. Don't worry, people. Don't worry. Yep, Poland refused. I'm going to just make a save here and start another episode. Just that way I can, do a thumbnail and all, invasion of Poland, war starts kind of thing, and people can get it from the beginning. Because I definitely see, I monitor the views and all this stuff very closely. And I know that when I'm putting like Order of Battle or some of the other games, they're not going to get as many views on those games. But I want to present other stuff than just Hearts of Iron. And sometimes other stuff than World War II. Even if it's not going to get a lot of views. Partially because I want to draw in people looking for other things, find the channel, and hopefully stay for everything else. But also because I like to play other things and talk about other things than just, Grand Strategy World War II. But I definitely, first episode or two, see a really big spike up on about any series, and then things sort of taper off a bit. But definitely then for Hearts of Iron, for the start of the war with Poland, another big spike up going along, and then things will start tailoring, falling down a bit. And then with the start of the war with the Soviet Union, another big spike of viewers and wanting to see that out. So I do market research, if you will, and then try to reinforce that with thumbnails and titles to try to get more people willing. And I try to be, I know there's sort of a lot of boring and just the building up of stuff, but I hope my, talking on about history makes it somewhat more interesting than just sitting and watching the clock go by and micromanaging what to build and what to do kind of thing. Right. Okay. So yes, let's get going here. Danzig or war? It'll be war, it appears. Well, hello everyone, this is Gamer1745 with my continuing look at the new DLC for Hearts of Iron 4, No Step Back, Railways, and other new improvements. Wanting to learn about that, but we are going to war here. So, a lot of stuff to do, some of the stuff just because I've been talking and making episodes. Haven't done well. You notice I'm going to say it again. Paradox is lazy. Okay. Please note what I just said a few moments ago. This is the No Step Back DLC that I'm focusing. I paid for it with my own money. If you want to support the channel, you can join my Patreon. I want to thank Sir Toyjet, Nils, Timothy, the Hoffmanator, and others for your support over on Patreon, just if you want. They are using a photo here of Chinese nationalists. Okay, they're using sort of a newspaper-like photo, World News. Yeah, okay, that's cool, World News. But can't you take the time with a DLC that is focused on the Soviet Union and Poland, as far as I understand, that they didn't have some guy Google up a photo, because that's what they've done here, They're reasonably in the public domain. There's fair use. I mean, there's public domain and then there's fair use, and this would come, in my opinion, fair use. It can be for a for-profit enterprise, fair use. It doesn't have to be non-profit. I've looked into this because I use a lot of historical images and other images, and there's a whole, at least for America, whole tripod of things for fair use and whatnot. Figure out it. Yeah, because it's of historical importance. So you could easily grab, a newspaper type photo, or you can take even a more clear photo and grainy it up if you want to, real quickly, of some Polish troops. I'd be shocked if it took more than 10 minutes to even just get a crummy, basic, something quickly identifiable as Polish in this photo. Paradox, you're lazy. You create a Polish focus, Polish and Soviet, yeah, I know, DLC, and you don't even add in a better photo for Poland refused. So every nation right now, if you're a human player, gets, and I think even the AI theoretically gets this pops up for them, and you can't even do that. That is lazy. Because, yeah, I know budgets, because I don't know if viewers, you realize they have budgets for these DLCs, and basically the budget is how many people they have sitting at desks programming or doing something for each day. And they do have artist time. I'm going to be sort of loose on how I know some of this stuff. They do have artist time to like get these portraits made. They got to get artist time. And I know for a while they didn't have anybody working on artist time for Hoi 4. Now, before whatever the next DLC that was coming out, I'm sure they got somebody with artist time to do it. But it doesn't take an artist to make a grainy newspaper-looking image. It doesn't take somebody who has art skills. It's just somebody that can recognize things and size it and stick it in there. So, yeah. I'm a picky on this, I know, but that element is lazy. Okay, game. I know it's Hoy is your bread and butter, but I would love to see a full German watch on the Rhinegrad strategy of playing with decisive campaigns. Yes. Genose. I made one episode recently of continuing from where I was for the scenario. Didn't get very good views, but the earlier stuff did. So if there's enough views on that, I'm going to play it. I really love the game, and it just, if people watch it, because there's always a few people like you that I know will watch it, but the 10, 20 dedicated viewers honestly isn't enough. So if it gets the views, I'm there for it, and I'm going to keep pushing on that. So yes, thanks for the encouragement. I do appreciate it, and I'm just letting you know, yes, it is something I will make some more episodes on. If it gets enough views, I will do the full German. What he's talking about, if you don't know, is the German Ardennes offensive, and the Watch on the Rhine is sort of is what the German side of that is called. So yes, that is on my to-do, at least to continue the current scenario that I've been playing and get it to some conclusion, see the viewers, and see about starting another one and see how that goes. I prefer to support you, gamer, more than Paradox, even if only to pay for a Coke. Well, Beamslam, that's fine, and I don't know, I really appreciate anybody who wants to support financially, but really what I ask is, comments on videos, hitting that thumbs up button and subscribing. That's what I ask from people, but if they want to support more, I really do appreciate it. No pressure out there. It's not absurdly long, I think. Great. If it can get good views, I'm up for it. It'll be a campaign that goes on for a while. Could build an yes. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to give it a try. That, and I've also been getting good views on my recent War in the East 2 Leningrad scenario playthrough, which I'm going to continue that to the end of that, and we'll see about that as well. Does anybody watching Hearts of Iron? Hearts of Iron, I don't think will ever leave my channel, whether it's Hearts of Iron 3 or Hearts of Iron 4 or Hearts of Iron 5 someday, you know, in 5 or 10 years or something. There will always be Hearts of Iron. Maybe always, you know, 5 days a week like it's trying to be now. Jumping back and forth between the two games. Maybe it'll just be 2 or 3 times a week. I don't know, but there will always be Hearts of Iron 4 or 5 or 3 or something. You know, always be a Hearts of Iron here for you to watch. Don't worry, people, if that's the only thing you're interested in. But I do want to do other things as well. So can't do everything, but I hope to do more than I have been. Right. Okay. So we can invite to faction. Well. Yes. This is the only one, Romania. They will accept. Well, that's what they said about maybe I should have waited for the second. You know, watch for that. I'm actually going to pursue that right now. I know I just saved this before, so I can go back to it if we need to. Okay, well, what I need to do here is before we go on, yes, the war is starting. I know I haven't. Now, because, and again, I know those of you have been watching, my bitching and moaning about it's May and I've only just got to here. I didn't do any of this, so we don't have Bohemia, Königsberg, or Mecklenburg, additional air bases. Okay, we really, in my opinion, I think, let me look before I speak entirely out my ass. Okay, what do we have? Airbase way up here. Well, 600 planes. We have airbase way down here. We really could have used an airbase. Let's get out of this. Down in this state. Again, I hate, we really could have used an airbase down here. Really, really hate state mechanics. Have you heard me spout on about that enough yet? Okay, so and then we're going to go up here, look after for and yeah, I should probably done some of this prior to starting this off, but hey, Western Zone, we go after both. Yeah, we really should have an air base here. It's just missing. No, it's not here. You know, I hate it less than the state mechanic is these damn air zones. I really wish it was just actually this circle for air operations area. And I can just put them up and draw how big of a circle I want. You know, up to maximum, you know, air operations range. Instead of having to play whack-a-mole, do I need to be over here? Do we need to be over there? And just say, hey, anything in this area, go after. Okay, it looks like you need to come over west of Poland. Okay, oh no, these are ground attack. Okay, well, yeah, that's fine. You do ground attack. Okay, we don't have fighter units over here. Probably because some of the stuff came back from... Okay, we're going to use from Spain here. I think one of these groups is from Spain. You're going to focus on fighters. You are going to operate there. That seems like awfully big operational zone for these guys. I don't know. Maybe it was that big for the, you know, HE-111s, but I don't quite think so. For now, we'll go here with you again. I'm not going to do strategic bombing because I don't think it's overly necessary. Okay, you're going to come up and go after anything flying there. Some of the small scenarios I don't want to watch because of spoiler aspects. Some of those I want to play myself. Well, I understand about the spoilers. After I finish the Grand Campaign, is always glad to hear. Yeah, now the Grand Campaign on something like that. Quite honestly, I have a tendency to flow with any of the war games, is to look for opportunities and go after them and not maybe be stuck to a replaying it. You know, I have general like objectives for sure, but let's just send you up after fighters. Eastern Germany, no, just you. Oh, hell no, you're supposed to be over here, I think it was. And it doesn't really matter, they're both same strength. It just went, no. These guys deploying here. And yeah, go after everything. Flies over Germany, Eastern Germany, that is. Now, let's come, where is my base up here? It is. How many do I have? Okay, let's put 100 here, and we're going to put 100 long-range fighters over this zone. And yes, go after fighters and bombers, but mostly it's fighters that I care about. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you come up over there. Now, next, let's go with 100 naval bombers. You're also going to come up, just you. You're going to come here and go after ships or subs, but yeah, there. Now over here, let's do 60. Baltic Sea. $80. After there. This is more for forward thinking eventually, but you're going to come here. Eventually they're going to be operating up higher, I believe, but for now, and well, let's just put 20 here. We want a bit of a cushion to stay around. Anything flies. Hello, Norio, how you doing? You just did S is Scandi. Sorry, I'm not getting your reference right now. Is that an achievement? Yeah, that's what I did. Taking Piper North detour to cut off Eisenhower's infantry divisions, which he presumably could have done in real life. Yeah, trust me, I do believe that there is worthy things to view and deal with, is to try to refight the historical thing with, you know, minor variations and change of die rolls, if you will. But I'm not that strict a player with any of them. I flow a lot more. Okay, so we are getting some naval air to be operating over there. I know I could have maybe spaced this out better, but okay, so we have fighter. Well, let's come down here. I'm going to give 100 of these. Oh no, not all these. No, they're wrong. Yeah, these will upgrade in time, I know, but let's just put them down here. Where am I? Thought I was, no. Oh. Here. Okay, I clicked the wrong thing. Deploying, come here. Shoot at anything that's flying. No, you guys. I have to redo this crap. Okay. Western Poland. Western Poland. And we gotta come down to here. Now, this, okay, am I still selecting on something else? No. Okay, let's keep, I guess I'm still selecting something other. Like I said, it's been quite a while since I've been playing. Okay, we're going to put, well, maybe just some 109s. I'm going to put you up over this Alpine region to help with the air there. Hello, Daniel. How you doing? That will help deal with the air there. They're going to come here, deploying. How many modern? Okay, let's do, yeah, another 100 here. And you're going to go after, well, anything that flies. That should hopefully really hammer Poland. Hammer Poland. I wanted to make sure I got that. Now I'm ignoring even the subs that I have, I guess. Oh, cool. Riding bulls. I wouldn't do that, but cool that you're doing that. Good luck. Don't break anything. Be safe. But have fun. I didn't know that you rode bulls. That's cool. Okay, so we got the aircraft up there. Yes, epic. Yes, yes, indeed. Okay, now, okay, so, Germany, Poland, guess we're going to be starting a war real soon here. I haven't let the clock go. Or do I have an event here? This mounts right now. Mefo bills. I don't care about those. Okay, you know, okay, they come in. Are we at war yet? Are we at war yet? Okay. Okay. Line Romanian national focus bypass. You know what the alternative is. So are we? Yes, declare war, conquer. No, we're not going to call in allies.
Befehle.
Have this set for a division to quickly rush into there. You see, they left this whole province open.
Alright.
Tell me, people. I know. Again, how is this a dynamic AI that may be different every time you play and give you replayability somehow better than having sort of pre-programmed AI that would actually be sensible? How? Okay, they're going to attack here just to pin those forces into place. These guys are going to attack to pin those forces into place.
Befehle.
This motorized division is going to come to there.
Bereit.
I quite honestly didn't think they would go this long. Okay, these tank divisions are going to go that way. Panzer divisions, I guess I should say. Okay,
Zuhören. Ihre Befehle.
all that way.
Bereit.
You're going to join this attack, and you're going to join this attack there. You're
Zuhören.
going to attack here. You're going to attack here.
Zuhören.
We're going to attack there.
Ihre Befehle.
We're going to attack there. One of you is going to attack here. The other one of you is going to attack there, just to pin those forces. I wish there was like a definitive sort of pinning attack, meaning not a full strength attack, but just one that is,
Achtung.
yeah, pins the forces down. Come to
Achtung. Ausrücken.
all of you moving fast forward. Okay.
Achtung.
Tell me there is a new pinning attack. Really? No. Okay. Oh, quite a bit of stuff. Several rants. Hopefully they were fun. But the war is just beginning. Do you like the train system? What was the DLC or the last one? Well, this is the newest DLC that gives trains. So far, I'm liking the trains.
Bereit.
I know a bunch of people disagree with me, but I still think Hoi 4 is the future.
Angetreten.
I mean, I really should have had the damn Panzer Division sitting down here. I could have just driven to Warsaw, it looks like.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
You just march into there.
Achtung.
You guys come up to there.
Befehle.
You attack up to there.
Angetreten.
One more with you.
Angetreten.
You and units from this other door. These guys attack here.
Achtung.
These guys attack here. These guys attack and move up through the park. Here, there. Okay,
Zuhören.
you guys come to there. They're rushing here into here. Okay, you attack here is mostly just a pinning These guys are trying to pin there. Yeah, you join there.
Ihre
You
Befehle.
join here so nobody's able to get into Danzig before we can take it.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
You're going to do a pinning attack. You're doing a pinning attack.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
You're going to help with this breakthrough here.
Bereit.
You. Now we have 3 divisions coming there.
Achtung.
Yeah, I'm just pinning the whole border down.
Ausrücken.
It's
Befehle.
somewhat of a...
Achtung.
Okay, so these...
Bereit.
Well, these divisions here. You're going to come down this way, cross these bridges into Warsaw.
Zuhören.
You that's still up there that hadn't moved, yet come down that way. So we get the change is so important for Germany. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. This is, I've not gotten any further than this, but I argued for this before Hoi 4 was released. I'm so happy that it's here. I'm not saying that this system is perfect, because I haven't even really played with this, system. I've upgraded some of the railways here, but I mean, like, seeing how it really affects or doesn't affect. I think the railway density should be higher in much of Western Europe. It might not really affect the game, but whether it's just immersion or in minor cases, obviously in Germany, if you're fighting inside of Germany, Germany's losing, and it probably really doesn't matter much. But I'm going to bet there's a railway connection along here, kind of thing. And I know your sort of supplies are coming through here, but if Germany's sort of routing supplies or other things, and that there isn't some of these other connections in here, maybe I don't understand the rail system enough. I don't know, but there should be denser here. Now, there isn't much, here is probably appropriate that some of this actually I think should maybe be, some of these passes should be impassable here. Some of these edges of provinces, maybe even internally in Switzerland, could be looked at. But what gets fundamentally important is like down here, because the railway really ends up more here, I would say, than here. But that's maybe a minor quibble. But the idea of these railways here and their supply, hopefully it's dramatic effects that really, and I thought the Italians had rail connection through here by this time period. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they're just being lazy. Again, paradox. But because I definitely know that there was railway, but basically into here. So a supply, a railway to supply hub there should be at least that. But really shows sort of the colonial nature and the need for coastal control in Africa. So yeah, hello technologist, how you doing? Yeah, cities, more railway hubs. Yeah, probably likely. I don't know how deep. I have not dug deep into this yet, obviously. No, I'm ignoring my navy. Sorry. I know I haven't even done the subs. I'm just doing the air power and the ground power. Poland join the Allies. Okay. Yep. Okay, they're pushing on me here. Now, what does... Okay. How does this... Does this need to be on the front line? I see this circle around it, and I thought that was its bombardment, like you were doing. Oh, well, I guess it... Okay. Okay, look at... again, I know some of you guys have played this and played much deeper into me, but I see here these two attacks that they're making against me have these little, looks like artillery shells coming in on them. And so, railway gun bombardment. So they are doing, okay, so you don't have to specify. I thought I was going to have to specify, like what province to support with. But so he, you know, has enemy air superiority, has attacking a fort, and has railway gun bombardment. Don't know if this stacks or not, but interesting. Because it adds rails to the Italian focus tree that built up. Because it's the focus doesn't add rails. They should have changed it. Yeah, laziness. If you attach railway guns to an army, it will support. Well, when I'm technologist, before when I attached this to the army commander here, I specifically given no you know, front lines or, you know, defensive lines or offensive plans, so I just don't trust the AI. Once I attached one of these guns to this army here, they moved it right to the front lines, so it would be vulnerable to attack. And then it was, once it got to this province, it would move it instantaneously. You know, once it got there, it would start moving into this province. Once it got here, it would start moving it back, and it was ping-ponging back and forth. So I just said, nope, just took it out of control from that commander. So the commander will move the gun, but why put this on the front line? Now, yeah, again, I'm not given any area commands, but it only will affect units within this radius. I get that. So, only double tracks, reality networks. No, it was ping-ponging back and forth along. We were at peace, but it was ping-ponging back and forth. And the command, and I gave this railway gun here, which I was, you know, planning for like assaulting Liège, and coming across some of these forts here, because this is where Ebn Amal is, over in this area. That commander, who again, there's no front lines, but all of his units were up there. He moved it down here. And again, I had not given any command, so I unattached them. I don't get this. Yeah, we could use some artillery, even Italian artillery. We'll take it. Now, it's interesting that Italy has enough artillery that it wants to give me some. Italy did not have... Italy was... in its mainline divisions, at least some of its mainline infantry divisions, they were still using not World War I models, but actual World War I artillery left over. So where Germany, you know, all of its main units was all new artillery, all new guns. I mean, they still had some old guns laying around, and yes, part of the reason they didn't have huge numbers of old guns laying around is because they lost the war and the Allies confiscated a lot of them, but still they and they did use what they had, you know, putting them in the West Wall or the Atlantic Wall or some, you know, other garrison stuff. So they did use those leftover World War I guns for sure, but they specifically made sure that anything that all the proper divisions had new guns. But I'll take them if you got extra ones. No, what? Okay, yeah, we're doing Dishonor Wars. Okay, what? No. Oh, here, okay. Yeah. We'll do some of that. Since that is yellow there, it's yellow. Okay, I know we have some more. Not a whole lot more. Let's grab 100 of these guys. You can go up against the poles. Let's go after the fighters. Oh, we sunk some submarines with our aircraft. British submarines, it looks like, and Polish submarines. That's interesting. Poland, I think, had 3, and I just saw, what was it, 6 there, 1 destroyed, and some others. Okay, so we've got so far into here. Okay, they've broken through here. Good. Okay. You move to there, you move to there. And you who is still stationary, move up this path. Okay. They've given up the attack here for lack of organization, it looks like. You pin them there. You guys follow along to there. You guys move, move, move. Move it, move it, move it. I'm changing one of your taskings to there. And we are advancing. That's good, that's fine, we don't need to. Artillery is artillery. It's hard to have bad artillery, but World War II. Okay, well, do realize some of the artillery was a pre-World War I designs, and it's pretty heavy, and they're worn-out gun tubes, and they're I don't know if you realize this, Ari. I bet there's earlier episodes in this series where you show the train system and discuss. Yeah, you can. Yeah, look at the earlier ones, and I've gone over and discussed to some degree, and I'm still learning about it. But yeah, there are more stuff about that earlier, and you can see them all chopped up, or you can look for the older live streams. Either way. The French 75 of World War I was a radical new design. The French 75. It had a pneumatic, which means air, recoil system in it. So basically, all of the guns before that, the whole gun carriage, the gun barrel was fixed hard as it can be onto the gun carriage. And so all of that recoil from firing the gun is transferred into the gun carriage. And then where does it go? Well, there's normally, at least on a lot of models, there are spades that, the gun trails that go off and get stuck into the ground. And so each time you fire that gun, the gun moves. And moves considerably. And big guns move a lot. I've seen some film footage in World War I in which they had these guns that would fire, and they built sort of like a half pipe, like you'd sort of do for skateboards, but just two sides, each for the gun trail. So the gun would fire and then roll back on that to the sort of the half pipe, and then roll back into position to be in the same position again. So they keep firing it if you want to shoot at roughly the same spot every time after you fire it, you have to move that gun back to its original position. And then, so you fire it, you move it back to its original position. You fire it, you move it back to its original position. Fire it, move it back to its original position. So you have to keep doing this every single time. That is what happened with most guns of World War I. The French 75 had a pneumatic recoil system that was a shock absorber that was between the gun and the carriage for it. Now the gun still moved a little bit, but a lot less, and that's why it could shoot so fast. And it wasn't so much, that the gun not moving. You still sort of stand back a little bit from it when it fired, but not as much as you did everywhere else. So you can load it faster, but it was more having that gun. You didn't have to every time recalculate its position to fire again at the same, roughly the same location. You're not hitting the exact same spot. You're hitting the same close area. And so they were able to fire so fast with those French 75. Now, by late war, the British, the Americans are using some of the French equipment. They're starting to come out with it. I think the Germans are getting some pneumatic artillery systems. I'm not sure how much of those Italians have a recoil system built in their guns from World War One. I just quite honestly don't know, Ari, right off the top of my head, but I sort of doubt it. A lot of guns did not have, on big heavy guns, well, yeah, some of them were getting recoil systems, some weren't. So yeah, using World War One guns is a hell of a lot better than nothing. But when you're looking at like a mobile warfare of North Africa and you're schlepping around World War One artillery, that's sort of like, and it's not so, it's an artillery gun. The more it can move around, the more one gun can affect that battlefield. The more artillery rounds they can fire per hour affects the battlefield. So you need fewer guns to have equal effect on the battlefield, so long as you can supply those guns with ammunition. Finns mostly World War, but they were more effective than the Russian artillery because of better training and firing practices. They had little shells, so learn just a few quick, effective barrages. Yeah, and that supply of shells is definitely a serious thing in the war. And you don't have to have new artillery to be useful, but it sure as hell helps. You're going, okay, really? I said to come down here and you're going to march through the enemy. Not just move along the front line and maybe get tied up into enemy attacks, but you were going to move along. I'm just shifting some of these forces just to make sure they are sort of hanging out and blocking some of the attacks. Not fast-paced warfare, but if you want to destroy fortification, a few shells just need Big Bertha. Yeah, well, the Italians didn't have anything like that, to the best of my knowledge. Their industry just sucks. Well, I mean, they had big naval guns, yeah, but that's about it. Okay, you guys. Warsaw. Actually, let's send a couple of you guys down this way. Yeah, I know they're almost in Warsaw. Let's. I don't know when you go there. Oh well, just let you go. Go away. All of Warsaw. Okay, so everybody showed up here in Warsaw. You attacked there. You joined that attack. You drive to here. You guys come down this way. Come down after that pistol manufacturing location. Yeah, you guys come down. See if I'm taking their new capital from that direction. Not enough manpower to fill our garrisons. Well, we've got manpower. We've got 2 million, so it's got to be equipment. Or things like artillery. I know it's poorly served by leadership and industrial base. Absolutely. Genose. Absolutely. And they also didn't. The average soldier did not have the political will to fight in the war either, quite honestly. There were, some motivated fascists and whatnot, but most weren't Most people weren't itching for a war. Would be maybe the way to put it. Power of those railguns penetrating through 30 feet of water, then concrete ammo locker at Sevastopol. Yeah. Well, the question is it worth the cost versus just more planes that are more flexible? Some railway guns, yeah, but the Big Berthas and whatnot, not really. I mean, not Big Bertha, that's World War One, Anzio Annie and whatnot. The really big ones, probably not really worth it. Okay. Burying down here now. Okay, you come, keep the corridor open or whatnot. You guys attack here. You, let's get that thing going. You support the attack. I really don't like how you can't just tell it to support attacks that aren't even happening yet. Okay, you come down to there.
Angetreten. Zuhören.
This was even. Again, they didn't have anybody defending the capital, didn't have anybody back here. This whole dynamic AI is just BS. Claiming that it's something the player would want. We would rather have a stuffy old pre-programmed AI instead of this crap. It was halfway sensible. Oh, they moved the capital up to Gdynia. Okay. We'll attack it now.
Ausrücken! Befehle! Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Angetreten! Achtung! Bereit! Bereit! Ihre Befehle? Zuhören! Ausrücken!
You guys attack that big group.
Zuhören!
Need you attack Poznan. I don't know. Let's take a quick look. Well, we've dominated the skies here, it would seem. So, I don't know. I mean, that's definitely a British-looking aircraft, but I don't quite honestly know how much of Air Force, if any, they've actually sent. So I just don't know if they have Polish air models to put up in the sky. Oh shit! What the hell's happened here? Okay, well, oh, there was nobody right in this one little province. Damn. Okay. Well, that's my mistake. They slipped through here. They didn't break through my line. I did not have any troops there. Damn, I messed that up. Okay, you guys come. No. You guys come around this way. I'm to Stuttgart. I don't know what's pushing so deep into there. Well, let's bring you over to this way here. So we have that. Okay, well, I made a mistake, guys. Something pushed in on me here that... Okay, you go there. Just get there now. Because I left that province open, unfortunately. So now... pushing in. Okay, well... Let's increase, or I know I have really not paying much attention to it, but we're just going to do more subs, I think. Where we are here. I need more. Okay, we need to produce more artillery, I know, so let's grab all the artillery there. That production line can happen. Right now. Yeah. Yeah, no, that would be because they got a couple divisions in there. Would be very much a propaganda coup. Yeah, if the French did this, if the French and the British actually did something, you know, pushed hard. Now again, I just did not, I just sort of left this province open here and didn't pay attention enough to it, is why this happened. Okay, well, we're going to send 2 of these divisions in here to pin those forces, keep them from moving into this. They're well defended here. Support the attack. No. So the attack goes to the world. You come back into there. Okay, well, I screwed that up. Gamer screws up. But hey, I've got a huge force over here. You know, where did they move the capital to this time? We got Gdynia. Now, oh no, you go back to Danzig. You push down to there with them. Where did their capital go? Oh, you guys get to push there now. No. Oh, it should collapse any moment. Support the attack, you can cross that way. Okay, you 6 guys. You guys go back towards the log. Well, actually, if you want trains to go on that way. Okay, well, let's push in there. Hopefully they get to change their captain. That's no fair. Back. Okay, well, we got here in time, it looks like, the whole Prague. Okay, you guys can move back into there. It's going to be a pain getting these guys out of here. Not so much these guys back here, but... Okay.
Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
Yeah, he does. Strange one tile wide penetrations now. They never used to. Problem is they don't support themselves. It's almost a good improvement. Yeah, no, the idea, oh, okay, oh, they broke through again here. Okay, okay, I've got to slow this up. That's part of my problem, is I'm playing this too fast. Hungary seeks to join. Yes, okay. Okay, they pushed through here.
Angetreten.
We'll be able to cut this off once we kill Poland, that's for sure. Well, even before then, let's get you to Leipzig. You to Berlin, just in case something really wacky happens. I do fully believe I can recover from this, but now let's go be a train. And yeah, I'm disregarding whoever the army commanders might be. And just saying go, go, go. You 4 divisions attack there. You divisions here come this way. Here. I'm gonna go to home. Sounds like a plan.
Achtung!
Come up to there and then turn it
Bereit zum
there.
Ausrücken.
You guys march over to here.
Zuhören!
You guys march to there. Capital now. Oh no, it's still here, okay.
Ihre Befehle?
Yeah, this would be a hell of a propaganda thing. No, I'm actually surprised at how well the AI's done this.
Bereit?
Didn't hold there, but they hit that pretty hard.
Achtung!
Joins the Axis, cool.
Ausrücken!
Bring.
Ihre Befehle?
That attack. Guess we need another division coming in here. You drive to there, you come to here. Push to here.
Angetreten! Zuhören!
Poland grabbed up the rest of the Baltic states. Well, that's reasonable now that we see line 100 bypassed.
Ausrücken!
These Czech forts now that I didn't dismantle. Oh, lovely.
Vorwärts, Männer! Vorwärts, Männer!
Yeah, that's doing no good for my morale here.
Befehle! Bereit?
Well, let's grab this group here, and we're going to put them on ground support there.
Achtung!
Got it tackled, but you guys are here, so
Ausrücken!
good. We'll send one to there and one to there. Keep one in Leipzig just so we don't lose the city even for a moment. Man, this is wow. That's weird.
Befehle? Befehle!
And they keep pushing more and more troops in, but once I get them cut off, they're not going to do well. Now, if they had been serious and pushed as hard as they did, now I, of course, did leave this one province unprotected, so it's my fault that it's happened this way. I'm not bitching at them for this.
Zuhören! Achtung!
Back here.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
this is really weird. Okay. Glad it's still just staying narrow. That's giving me a lot of hope.
Befehle!
You guys in there. Yeah, I know you're dug into the forts.
Ausrücken!
Let's push hard there. Take this province. Discuss what you think would have happened had France attacked aggressively in the west. Well, okay, France. This is good. Let's pause while I talk here. France did do the Saar offensive, and now okay, little geography. This I understand what they've done here with the rivers. There's two width of rivers, wide and not wide. I don't know if you want to call this narrow, but there's two width of rivers. They both have different effects, and they specifically wanted to make it clear as to what side of the province the river crossing effect is. So they've moved a little ways away from being map accurate to being sort of province, advancing. So meaning if you're in this province and you're moving up to here, there's no river. But if you're in this province and you're moving to this province, there is a river. That's why this works here. But really, these two provinces shouldn't be this shape. There should be one here and one here. Because the way this river actually sort of goes is that there's a bit of the Saarland on the far side of the riverbank here. Germany did not build any significant west wall defenses there. They built it behind the river. Not behind the Rhine back here, but just behind whatever smaller river this is here. So there was pretty solid. Now they did have forces here. What basically happens is France attacks. They do fairly well. Germany falls back, but Germany isn't fighting desperately to hold it. They fight, they skirmish, I guess I would describe it, and I don't know the details, but sort of like while the Germans are in a good position, they fight, but once their flank gets turned or they start getting too heavy fire, they just withdraw because they don't need to take casualties. Even though some of the territory that's being taken is reasonably good industrial territory, they know that, especially with a lot of the army out in Poland, they don't really have the army to defend it against a determined attack. The attack that happens, yeah, they could have, but they just sort of fall back to behind the river and where the west wall is built. So now, because we see the screwy AI problems with Poland and whatnot, we would see the AI trying to defend, and the reason this even though I would still make the province different shape here, is to keep the fort along here, because the AI would desperately try to defend an undefended province instead of the defended one to the rear. So, it's sort of like not perfect, but not terrible either, I would say. And so the French did do the Saarland offensive. To a point, I believe, the French scared themselves. They go, this is too easy. We're doing too easy. This must be a trap. So they withdraw. I do not believe the Germans had the forces in the region to deal with a strong French offensive. France has a significantly large strategical reserve. Now, in the very earliest days, they call up the whole French army because they go to war. Then, since nothing happens, they send a bunch of it home. because they've called up units that are critical for the French war effort. Some of them are, are reserve units they've called up. Some of them are like miners that are, pulling iron out of the ground, or others are like steel workers from steel factories that they need, or other, just other industrial workers that they really need to keep the war going. And the whole mobilization plan, dealing off of, the Franco-Prussian War and then World War I, their whole mobilization idea is, war, fast. Germany's going to come fast, hard at us. We need to mobilize everybody to stabilize the line. So they do that. But that's obviously not what's happening. They just follow the plan instead of think about it. Now, once they've followed the plan and nothing's happened, they start thinking about it. So they send a lot of units home to, demobilize them, go back to work, and then other random people, in other units, not because some of them are specific areas, regions that they know, that they just send them all back home, and then maybe go back. We need these, 10 or 20% of people that are in non-critical work jobs, but just in that region, and then they use those people instead of the units, the reserve units they're from. They just send them, random reinforcements to other units, and other units that are called up that are going to be kept fighting, or kept, in service. You're an important electrical worker, or you're some other, you have some other important war-related job. Will you go home and go do that? You're still in the reserves, you're still in the army, but yeah, you go home, put on your civilian clothes, and go to work, because that's what France needs you to do, because they're not rushing our borders. So they get everything organized up reasonably good. France develops a good reserve force. Now, what France does with this reserve force is it's the force they send into Belgium and up to the heading towards the Netherlands. That's what gets cut off. The whole Dunkirk thing. And so once Germany breaks through the Meuse and comes into here, they have no reserves. Basically nothing. Reserves. I mean, they got, forces sitting along the Italian border. They got some forces, sitting a little bit, sitting on the Spanish border. They got some, various forces around. And they got, units in training up, and whatnot. But there's no real organized reserves. And Churchill is shocked. Because you have to realize, Churchill has, after the war starts, Chamberlain knew the war was coming. He just knew it. And I'll defend Chamberlain, he doesn't say peace in our time, he says peace for our time, and he's referring to some different stuff going on. But I could end his sentence that he doesn't say, that he can't say diplomatically, at least. Peace for our time to prepare for the war. It's not, peace in our time. Yeah, we got Hitler's agreement where it's peace. Peace out, go home. No. Right after, within months of the, Munich conference in the Sudetenland, Britain really starts rearming. Chamberlain gets behind rearmament and pushes, okay? He pushes. He's not pushing for war. He's pushing for rearmament because he knows war is coming. Doesn't know when, doesn't know whether it's going to be over Poland or over the remnants of Czechoslovakia or whatever it might be. He doesn't know, but he knows war is coming. So he is rearming Britain. He believes Britain, and he's probably right, Britain is not ready in 1938 to fight Germany if Germany's ready to go to war. Now, I could argue that Germany might materially be more ready in 38 than Britain, but the generals themselves very well are, and there's talk of a coup against Hitler. And I know what the question was, so I haven't forgotten it. If there's a big push, they actually, I forget which general, right now, I forget which generals, actually tells one of the British, if you go to war, over the Sudetenland with Czechoslovakia, and you push hard, not just declare war, but push hard, I and some other generals will do a coup against Hitler. But you have to get in and push hard, and then we will do a war or do a coup against Hitler and bring down the regime, and then we can have peace. We'll get out of Sudetenland. And I don't know whether they would have wanted to get out of Austria at that point or whatnot, but that they would give all of Czech lands back. If the Western Allies would give them peace at that point. So again, I always have to say warfare is a political act. Always have to keep politics in mind. Now, France just is not capable of pushing against Germany. And I mean that, literally. It's not that they don't have trucks or tanks or airplanes. It's just structurally within their army, how it's structurally organized. Structurally, how they built the Maginot Line. Ideologically, with their military ideology. I'm not talking politics. I'm talking about they built the, shall we say, the Maginot mentality, the mentality of having your enemy send wave after wave of attacks on you, and you, through good planning and defensive setups, will break that enemy, will bleed them white. We can, just defeat them that way. So, sort of military doctrine. Maybe I should say doctrinally, but it's sort of beyond doctrine. They're defensive. Politically, why die for Danzig is one of the sort of anti-war cries, and they say, I'm sure they're saying it in French or whatever you'd say, but is sort of the slogan that's said. So whether it's the maybe not the professional soldier, but the reservist soldier, he's not politically or emotionally wanting to go on the offensive. The political leadership is not wanting to go on the offensive. The home front, French person, man, woman, whatever, is not motivated to go for a massive offensive, so they can't. I know that wasn't the question, but they just really and I can probably go into other ways that the French are incapable of doing so. But had they done so, had they somehow vigorously done so and assaulted the West Wall, okay, remember, Germany has, or had, I think it's like 3 million SA men. 3 million. Now, after Hitler comes to power, and after in 1934, after the Night of the Long Knives, where he has, he personally arrests Ernst Röhm, but he then later has him killed in jail, and along with a lot of the other SA leadership. After that time period, there is a downsizing of the SA. A lot of the older men are either leave the SA or they go into the reserves of the SA, because there is actually an SA reserve. And the SA is sort of a reserve, but there's a reserve of the reserve, basically sort of inactive duty, but still members. So that's, and I don't write, it's really hard, again, I'll say, the way I found the order of battle and where they were located for the SA for my mod was, I found literally a photocopy of a phone book because there's just no other data about it. There's just no books about it. And I've gotten my hands on every published book that I could find in English on the SA post 1934. There's a lot of stuff on it pre 1934, but post 1934, after Rome's dead, there's almost nothing. There's just a handful of books, and I read every one I could get my hands on. And, like they said, they downsized the SA. But they've also taken a lot of SA men and drafted them to the army. Now, they're still members of the SA. They still have their SA uniforms sitting in a closet somewhere. But they're now wearing, field gray. But there's still a large reserve of SA in existence. That the SA that makes up the Sudeten SA are well trained and well armed, so much so that a few battalions are actually used in the invasion of Poland, because they have their, it's machine guns and mortars, not artillery pieces and tanks, but it's well-armed battalions, and they're used and they fight very well. And it's only just some of them because it was just sort of what was immediately available and we're able to push into Poland quickly, but there's more of it there. Some of the SA that's been trained up, that had been sort of trained up getting ready to invade and fight in Austria, that doesn't happen. So there's some well-trained SA units that exist. And the SA is expanded when it goes into Sudeten land and whatnot. So there's still probably more than 1 million SA men in 1939 that are, not in an army uniform, but they're in SA uniform, and they're all trained militiamen. You hear about them late in the war, and they're called Volkssturm, because they and other Nazi organizations are used to form the Volkssturm. But they are around as SA reserves in 1939, 1940. So you would find a lot of forces here. You also have the Wehrkreuz system, which is the training system for the German army that has functional military units made up of experienced soldiers as trainers and inexperienced recruits being trained to be artillerymen, being trained to be anti-tank gunners, trained to be machine gunners, trained to be riflemen, just going through the training process, but they're around as military units. And the whole idea is, of course, those soldiers once they're done with their training are going to go off to their permanent unit, but they're temporarily as part of this. And there's the Ersatz, or home army, that existed, that is not called up for the invasion of France. And a few of the Ersatz are sort of, operating as, sort of rear area follow along kind of stuff in some of the Low Countries, and I don't think there's any in Denmark, but basically it doesn't do anything. And this is fairly large numbers of divisions. There's eventually, I have to look back at, because I know this from doing TRE, there's even an Ersatz Panzer division that eventually gets mobilized, I think sometime in 1944, to go fight on some front. I forget which one, whether it's in the west or in the east, I don't know. But it's eventually mobilized. But I think it's sitting around in 1939, 1940. So there's a whole Panzer division that doesn't get used in either Poland or France or whatever, sitting around. Now it's equipped with, my understanding is with one or two examples of the newest tanks, because it is sort of these are the Ersatz army is sort of like the Wehrkreuz, and that it is sort of a training element that then sends trained personnel as replacements or to other units or to create new units. But There is that, and then but a lot of older, tanks, Panzer ones and Panzer twos mostly, which there's still a lot of Panzer ones and Panzer twos. So there's a whole nother Panzer division, at least one of them, that doesn't get used in any of the orders of battle for any of the attack because it's part of the Ersatz army. So all of these would have been available had Germany been pressed hard, because they would have. Now they would not be taking Berlin SA men or Breslau SA men and throwing them on the Western Front. They would have been using, SA men from this region. Now the Ersatz army, that would be moved around, and obviously it wouldn't have gotten in here. And had I been even halfway watching, it wouldn't have gotten into this. And had I not made the mistake of leaving that one province undone, that wouldn't have happened either. But, had they pressed, I don't think they can save Poland. I don't think, had they been motivated, I don't think they could save Poland. But they might have been able to occupy the Rhineland had they really pushed hard. It would have been interesting. I still think Germany could have crushed Poland fast enough and gotten its forces around in time. But yeah, we just don't know. Again, warfare is a political act. Had, I don't know, Frankfurt fallen or something like that, would that have triggered a coup in Germany? Hitler is worried about the military leadership. Hitler and some of the people like Goering, particularly, I'm using that name because I know, and he works with Himmler, is worried about the military leadership. So they go to Bloomberg, a very high-ranking general, basically the guy in charge of the army, gets married to a young woman. He's an older gentleman, gets married to a young woman. She's a former prostitute. He knows it. Most people don't know it. Hitler doesn't know it. Hitler goes to the wedding. Within a week, Goering and others are sitting in front of Hitler with the evidence. Because in Germany during the Weimar years, prostitution was entirely legal if you're a registered prostitute. If you're not a registered prostitute, because they want to check you for venereal disease and other things, if you're not a registered prostitute and you get caught, that's a crime. So Germans are very orderly in that way. So that I forget exactly the details, whether it was I think it was an arrest record and not being a registered. I think she was arrested for prostitution as opposed to being a registered prostitute, but I can be wrong with that. But there's real records. She was a former prostitute at some point in her life. Not that she was being active a prostitute recently before getting married, but it was like for a time in her life as a young woman. Desperate times and desperate situations, you get that. And this is embarrassing. Now, no one needs to make this public. It's not even going to get out, but they get in front of Hitler with this, and Hitler's worried about him. And then Fritsch, this guy here, Fritsch, he is the chief of staff, the number 2. He is the popular successor within the army. Because Bloomberg's a bit older, who would replace him? It would be Fritsch. They're worried about Fritsch. There is an arrest record for homosexual activity by somebody with that name. Now, anybody who does any investigation would realize that when that's a different person. I don't know if they had a arrest photo, but there's just an arrest record for homosexual activity. Not sure exactly the details. I don't know if the records were still around after the war, what have. But it's reported that there were real records. Now, it wasn't him, but it's somebody else with his name. And they sort of present the records because they want to clean him out too. So the Bloomberg-Fritsch affair, all within roughly about a week's span of time, they're both gone from the army. They both resign instead of trying to fight this out either way. They just realize they're not. That's the first move. The second move that Hitler does, talked about it a few minutes ago, is Hitler gets the SA being drafted into the army in large numbers. Hitler believes after getting rid of Bloomberg and Fritsch and getting large numbers of SA men in the army, he feels safe. He's wrong. He's wrong, he's wrong, he's wrong. But he feels safe that, the army won't rebel because there's too many SA men in it. We've gotten rid of because under Bloomberg, the army is still like it was sort of under the Kaiser, in that it's its own separate system. You had in the the Weimar Republic, you had the president. And for most, if not all of most of Weimar's history, it's Hindenburg. He's highly respected, even by his political opponents. He wins the presidencies, even though his party is often a minority party or party out of government. But he keeps winning the presidency. And so you have a civil government with a civil administration down one side under him. That whole civil administration has basically nothing to say about the military, and particularly the army. And that's at the time under Bloomberg. And, and he's Hindenburg's man, shall we say. And so there's a sort of separate state of the army that the civil government, the chancellor and all of the cabinet have no control over the army. And at one point during the Weimar era, there's and this is not in the very early days. This is, it's still fairly early. I forget the exact date. There's a Freikorps uprising in some area in Berlin, I believe it was, trying to remove the socialist government. And I forget who was chancellor at the time or whatever, but he goes to. I don't know if it was to Bloomberg or I don't know if it was to Hindenburg or whoever was at Bloomberg. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know all the details. And can you get the army to put down this, putsch? Use the German term. This coup, this putsch against the civilian government. And the reply was, the army doesn't shoot at itself, or words to that effect. Basically, even though these Freikorps none of these Freikorps members are current serving members of the German army, including the Freikorps. The Freikorps means sort of independent or free corps. These are, political wing, but they're all veterans. They're all politically aligned with the army. No, we're not going to stop them. We're not going to shoot at our own people. And basically you don't have the authority to tell us to do so. Because you're just the political leadership, we're the military leadership. So they had to put it down with the police and whatnot. They put down the coup without, the coup fails. The coup wasn't well organized, the putsch, but it failed. Because there's putsches other than the beer hall putsch, and other than in Munich, and other than the Spartacus putsch earlier on in Berlin, and that's in 1920, I think. That's the Spartacus putsch is communists. So Hitler is wrong that he's safe. He is safe And then you may wonder, why is Hitler? Why, it's only the. I mean, there are periodic attempts at assassination, but he's safe from a military coup. And you even see how quickly the, just his existence. I mean, had he died in the, Stauffenberg bombing in there, that might have been different. But because he survived and because he gets on the phone, because Stauffenberg gets out of the Wolf's lair, gets to Berlin, he's in charge. He is the guy in charge of organizing the Ersatz army, or the Home Army, because it's still existing in 1944 when they try to assassinate Hitler. He's mobilizing the Ersatz army, particularly around Berlin, to try to arrest. And they're actually having gunfights with primarily the SS, but SA and other political organizations. And it is only Hitler getting on the telephone to some of these Ersatz army leaders, because they're just following the commands that are being given from Berlin Central, basically Stauffenberg, because he's the guy in charge of doing that kind of stuff. And so it sounds like there are, official orders from, military command to go attack the SS and secure these buildings and arrest these people. So it seems like it's what is order. It's Hitler getting on the telephone to some of these key people, and they immediately switch sides and start trying to arrest the conspirators. The average captain, the average, lieutenant, the average sergeant or whatever does this. And I'll tell you when Hitler becomes safe and why he becomes safe. Hitler becomes safe after the fall of Paris and the surrender of Vichy. The surrender and creation of Vichy, where they signed the, Compiègne Forest, they signed the armistice and the rail car. That is the moment that Hitler becomes safe from a coup against the army, basically. That is where Hitler has been proven right enough and defeated the enemy that everybody's willing to give him if there's any question, we'll follow the Führer. That is the moment that he becomes safe. Up until then, until he achieves that victory over France, Hitler's regime is in peril. It can fall. Like I say, I do believe. I don't think France had it within it, to go on a good offensive. But the Germans, and who was it?
Los!
Let's see if I can remember just by scrolling through. I think it's one of these guys here. Or it's one of the... I think it may be Hadler. I think it was Hadler. I think it was Franz Hadler that offered in 1938 to the British that he would stage a coup against Hitler, because I think at that point he's chief of staff. He's sort of replaced Fritsch, or whatever, for the army. Oh, and once Blumberg goes, he doesn't get an official replacement. He is not replaced. That's a key thing. When Blumberg goes, Fritsch is replaced, but Blumberg isn't. That position is never replaced. Hitler's sort of taken over the military at that point. Up until that point, the military is still an independent organization from Hitler. No matter that he's combined the chancellery and the presidency into a single office called the Führer, and yes, has them swear the oath, and they talk about this and all this stuff. I remember back in the 70s and the 80s, well, they all took a personal oath to Hitler, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. No, after my research, it's taking of Paris. They have the marshal's batons, giving out ceremony in the Reichschancellery, and there was a mega parade and celebration in Berlin over this And that is when Hitler's regime becomes safe. And now I'll pay attention to the chat again. Sorry for the long talk. I hope it was interesting. Well, I will pay attention to the chat, but we're going to end the live, or not the live stream, end the episode here. I know we haven't defeated Poland, but we have other things that will come back next time for more actions, cutting off this penetration, taking out Poland, and all of that. Come back next time. I'll continue the live stream though, but thank you so much. Hope this was interesting and informative. If it was, like it, make a comment. See you next time. Bye. Okay, let me just make a save here, and I want to read your chat. I do like the interaction, but sometimes I just want to talk. Okay, Hitler got shot. Somebody probably emptying all the spawns. Happening. That gamer, it's been good, gamer, but you have to get ready. Okay. See ya, Ari. Good. You know, I'm sure you're probably already gone, but yeah. Good going to work. French Third Republic was tired and depressed. Yeah, there's all kinds of reasons, because of World War One, and even because of the World War One. There was not a French victory in World War One. There was French survival in World War One. There's definitely an American victory, probably a British victory, but it was French survival. But it also looked back to the Franco-Prussian War as well. Is why France is messed up. My understanding is that after Munich, the French and the British military circles were beginning to lose some of their guns and try fear of Germany rearmament and became more willing to fight. Yeah, things are building up. Hello, Christoph Twitch. What the fuck happened? How did they break through? If you weren't here, I left this one province unguarded a little too long, and they got through. I just left it unguarded, that province right there, and they snaked in. I closed off Stuttgart for a little while, but they then pushed through. I just got to finish killing off all these people, and then we'll come in and pinch this off and then encircle it and kill it. Rearmament was not perfect. Allied intelligence began to get a sense of the early war Germany did have weak points. Yeah, it wasn't perfect, and I'm not saying Chamberlain did everything right. Chamberlain is dying of cancer. He dies of cancer, 41, 42, somewhere in there, I'm not sure. So he was not the person, obviously, to lead. I don't know if he when he resigns. And so get back to earlier, Churchill, he's shocked. When the war starts, he gets, and he's the one, been screaming long before, Chamberlain ever got on board. The Nazis are the danger. Nazis. Well, they bring him in as First Lord of the Admiralty, the civilian head of the Admiralty. So he's fighting that war. When he gets appointed Prime Minister, because he's appointed, not elected, he's appointed Prime Minister. And he's confirmed by the majority vote of Parliament, but he's not like running for election generally in the public, but just in Parliament. He's nominated the king appoints him, the people in Parliament give him a vote of confidence or whatever. So there is a vote, but it's just members of Parliament. I don't know if Chamberlain knew at that moment when he's resigning if he had cancer, but he's dying of cancer. Now Churchill has Chamberlain stay in the cabinet without portfolio, meaning he's not in charge of a particular ministry, but he's just a cabinet minister. And he tirelessly works, even though he gets diagnosed with cancer. He tirelessly works until his dying day for the British war effort. But even if it wasn't for the cancer, he is not the man to lead Britain through the war. But he definitely sees that the war is coming. So Churchill is shocked that the French reserve has been sent up into Belgium and is cut off, and that France has nothing left. Let's see. I'm back, dressed up and stuff. Okay. when they heard that Hitler was still alive, they did not dare, support the coup, thinking it failed. Yep, beam slam, that's all part of it. But they, they have to know the war is lost. They may not want to admit it to themselves, but even when that coup fails, they have to admit the war is lost. Even the coup people are under a delusion that somehow they could, get rid of the Nazis and then peace out with the West, go back to the original German borders or something close to them, but continue to fight the Soviets. They still think that somehow, well, one, that the Western Allies would allow it to happen, and two, that they at that point could still fight their way out of that war with the Soviets, maybe not conquering the Soviets, but enough to, eventually form some sort of frontier with the Soviets and peace out there too. They're still deluded. They're that deluded, yes, but they realize at some level they've lost. So yeah, even they had command of the home army. Yeah, so yeah, that's my evaluation of it. Yeah, by that point it's too late. And there were definitely anti-Hitler people. Gowler, however you pronounce his name. One of the mayors has been anti-Hitler for a long time. And there's others that are anti-Hitler that just want to bring Hitler down and are willing to sign whatever peace just to get out. But a lot of the military people are deluding themselves still. Yeah, I know. But that's my evaluation of it all. Well, guys, I've really had fun hanging out with you. But I think it's time that we end this. You could have. If that coup had succeeded, easily 1 million lives could have been saved. Easily. Not just death camp Jews and other people in the death camps, but other lives as well. But even there, lots of people. Oh yeah, a lot of lives could have been saved. I mean, it was... I understand why the average soldier and the general was fighting hard on the Eastern Front to the end. I don't understand. I mean, I sort of do, but I really don't emotionally understand why they fought so hard against the British and the Americans. Because they knew what was going to happen with the British and Americans. More or less what happened after the last war. Not good, but you're losing. You might as well just end it quicker. Now what's going to happen with the Soviets, that could be god-awful. But if you end it fast with the British and the Americans coming cruising in, I know they may be worried about French retribution or whatnot, but cruising into Berlin, you get most of Germany occupied by the British and the Americans, and then sign that peace treaty. And so, everybody, if you haven't already, please follow or subscribe. I'm live both on Twitter and YouTube. And this is what I like to discuss, not just play the game. If you just want, see somebody play the game or just want a tutorial playing the game, I'm not the best guy for it. It's a mix of me talking and playing the game. Yes, that's a big part of it. I realize that entirely, but it's also my musings on the war. The Western Allies were vicious, much of had been whitewashed. Well, they weren't anything like the Soviets, okay? It's estimated that every single woman in Berlin was raped multiple times for so many. Okay, that was basically a policy: is rape every woman of any age. I'm not talking just grown adults, but rape every single woman in Berlin. That is the estimation of what happens in Berlin. Okay, and I don't know that it's ever officially put down in paperwork. You get to go do this, but it's verbally conveyed that no one's going to do anything. And they also bring in for the Berlin battles and occupations some of the most barbaric Eastern peoples of the Soviets in to do unspeakable things, if you will, in there. So I mean, you can talk however vicious it was, and there's viciousness that happens because somebody sees a death camp and then goes shoot some German soldiers and maybe even a few German civilians. And then there's policies of things, are two different things. But this was a policy. Again, it might not be written down, but this was the Soviet thing. There is no mass rape parties by the British or the French or the Americans in occupation. I'm not saying it didn't happen. Obviously, soldiers do bad things when people aren't looking. But there is no program of that is going on in the West. So you're talking night and day differences. However bad the Western Allies are at occupying Germany, it is nothing like the Soviet occupation. It is not. It's just not comparable, in my opinion. Maybe less lurid to the Soviet approach, but no less destructive tradition. Hello, Google's Map Guy 101. Are you a bot? That's what you were saying before. I'm asking if I spoke German, and I kept saying no. So, yeah, well, we may have this disagreement over Western occupation. I'm not saying it was pretty, but, well, let's say it's a lot less harsh than the Germans deserve. You do the final solution, and you deserve what you get. I mean, they deserved what the Soviets did to them. The Germans deserved it, what the Soviets did to them. Not saying it's right what happens, but they deserve it. You know, there's deserve it, and there's right and wrong. You know, some people deserve bad things happening to them, but that doesn't mean it's right that they happen to them. It's just, you know, the reaction. So, okay, yeah, I'm ending here. See you guys. Well, tomorrow is okay, announcements. Tomorrow is War Thunder Day. If you want to join us or just hang out, either way, we're going to be doing that. And Tuesday, I'm going to be doing a watch party. Tuesday morning my time, there's going to be a watch party for the about a 4-hour program from Slytherin, talking about new and upcoming games. There's going to be four, not just 3 like they announced before, but a new thing they've said, 4 unannounced games that will be announced Tuesday. I'll be doing a watch party on this channel, which I'll be doing live commentary, live restreaming their stuff. So it'll be a few seconds old, but I'll be commenting. If you want to hang out with me, instead of watching their version, but hang out with me in chat, what's going on. So 4 things that I don't know about, you know, what games, but there's, you know, updates and I think game footage for Stargate, for Starship Troopers and some other games that they're announcing some stuff, so you might want to come and hang out. I'm in California, you know, USA, California, so I think it'll be starting 6 a.m. my time. So I'll be up for it. I'm going to put an announcement video up on YouTube. We'll talk about Postscriptum some other time, Arno, but quite possibly some stuff. So yeah, so we'll be doing that. So yeah, so Tuesday you might want to be for live stuff. Then of course I'll be back next weekend for more of all of this stuff. So yeah, hope to see you guys.